the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Happy to have you guys here. Thanks for joining me and my special guests. Susan, you have to tell him I said hi. Hi, Mr. Susan Skinner. It's like, oh, is T Live? I heard the song. So, as you guys know, and we talked about yesterday, that there are 3 days worth of Delphi hearings, and today was the first day. So I have a couple ladies that were kind enough to come and share their experience from the courtroom today. And then I did watch R&M, who had Yellow Jacket, who was also in the courtroom today, and they were kind enough to share their notes with me. So we have that too. I watched Bob. He was on for a hot minute because he was going to court TV, but was he going to court TV for Delphi? Or for a different case, because I know they're covering Black Swan too. So I don't think I paid attention to what case he was going to be on court TV for. But if anybody happens to see the whatever interview he did do on court TV, just somebody holler at me in chat and let me know, because I don't know what he went on for. But speaking of Black Swan, we are in verdict watch for Black Swan, and they are still deliberating. They have not gone home, or it's not been announced that they went home anyway. So there is a verdict clock right now of 4 hours and 7 minutes currently. I have it up on one screen, so if anything does happen with the Black Swan verdict, we won't miss it. I may have to kind of pause and just listen to what the verdict is real quick. And then, so if you're not interested in Black Swan, I'm sorry. If there's a verdict, I may have to interrupt the chat on Delphi. But it kind of is what it is, because I don't want to miss the verdict of it either. But I'm going to say hi to you guys. We have one of our guests here. The other one is still driving, and hopefully will join us as soon as they are home. I don't want them joining while they're driving and anything happening. But I guess for me, I'm excited that we actually had a hearing. There was no unexpected turn of events, and nothing stopped it from actually coming to fruition. So that's a positive. So let me say hi to you guys real quick, and then I'll bring up our first guest too. If anybody was in the courtroom that's in chat right now, if you guys were in court and you would like to come up and share your thoughts, opinions, your perception of what you heard today in the courtroom, let me know, and I will happily drop a link for you to come up so that we can get. I like getting all the different thoughts and opinions on what people heard while they were sitting in the courtroom. So let me say hi to you guys, and then we'll bring up our first guest too. What's up, Ange? Hi, Big Fish. What's up, the Royal We? Hi, Phoenix. Joanna. So Joanna was kind enough to make us a new member emoji, as you guys can see. That she's now dropped. She's now dropping it like it's hot in the chat. Hi, Austin. What's up, Chelsea? Hi, Louise. Hi, Lynn. Only what others have. Okay, so let me see. Hi, Coolest Reviews. Hi, Kyra. What's up, Johnny? Hey, not DB. Hi, Miranda. I see that you found everything that you were looking for, I hope, which makes sense, because I was like, this one's not there, but I'll talk to you about that later. But I think you've got it covered now. Let me see. Hi, Giselle. Hi, Dina. What's up, Travis? Let me see who else is up here. Mandy. Queen Elizabeth's on time. Hi, Ems. I can't even see anymore. Hey, Kraken. What's up, Kraken? What's up, Sleuthy Goosey? Hi, Carla. You're going to watch on my... Oh, gosh. Don't. I have a pimple. You're going to see it like on a big screen. Don't do that. Who's the guest? Well, I have a couple. You'll see. Hey, Mila's mom. Let me see. Hi, Chris. No offense, but unless there's some evidence that is finally released, the trial is happening much sooner, or there's a plea, I'm not really interested in these hearings. I'm absolutely interested in these hearings because that's going to set the tone for what we're going to be able to hear at trial. So, but I get what you're saying. You're just like, let's just get the trial and let's just get the evidence and see what happens. Hi, Judge Jessica. It's the catchiest motherfucking song. That's funny. Hi, Aaron. What's up, Dean? Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Kathy. BGOG. All right. Hi, Tammy. I see you up here. Hey, Shaz. I think I've getting closer to the top. What's up, Christy? Let me get back down to the bottom. What's up, DB? Not DB. DB equals question mark, question mark. Well, I think that's pretty much every chat, isn't it, DB? Hi, Jaletta. Hey, with all. Hi, Mar. Let's see. It's supposed to say number 1 crink. Oh, they can't see it. Hey, Thomas. It says crank. Crank, 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 crank. Hi, R&M. Hi, Salty Sweet Tea. All right. I think I got everybody. If I missed you, it was not intentional. I love you all. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to bring up True Grit Crime, who was in court today. Everybody say hello to True Grit Crime.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming on, because otherwise we're just like all over the place. I love hearing what you guys observed in the courtroom and seeing what feelings you got when people were talking or exchanging information.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting ride so far, like going hearing to hearing, experiencing the different ups and downs. Today was absolutely just like one of those chill days that you totally did not expect. I was totally expecting for people to be in not so sunny dispositions, but Judge Gold was very like chill, laid back. One of the first things that they had talked about was, and I was absolutely floored, was that they all had communicated in an email without fighting. And I was like, holy,
like the whole prosecution.
Yeah, all three of them to be able to discuss what's going to be going on in these hearings. It was really like kind of like laid back and professional in that manner today.
We did hear that Gold was very pleasant.
She was very pleasant, but also Gold was not very punctual today. She was an hour late getting to the courthouse today.
So I also heard that she had a doctor's appointment.
Well, it was slated to start at 10 o'clock. And so like everybody's like obviously like piled into the courtroom, like 8 o'clock in the morning comes, you go in, you go through like your little bag search, x-ray machine stuff, all that, get up there and you get your seat in the courtroom and everybody is waiting there and everybody's like, okay, let's, we're ready to get started. And when she was late, everybody's like, wondering what's going on. And in my notes, I wrote down because it's 10:15 a.m. Do you know where goal is? And then I wrote late. So when she came in, she kind of
the news said traffic. Okay. I heard doctor's appointment and that they caused her to be in traffic. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, when she came in, though, she kind of joked about being late or whatever. She made like a little bit of a joke about it. So I thought that was awesome.
Okay, so question, did you have any issue with getting a seat in the courtroom?
No, I did not. How
many seats were there? Like, if you had to guess, like how many seats or how many people does that courtroom hold?
It's like 6 or 7 seats on each side. They reserved the first rows for the families, and like so then like from their back is pretty much the rest of it. The media was kind of like sat to the back, like on the left side, and then like all of the people, like the lay people coming to watch, were on the right side. There was a lot of open seats today, a lot more than I expected. There was enough for some more people to pile in. But on the other side, like on the side of the prosecution, there were open seats, but on the defense side, it was all filled up where they seated us.
Okay. Where did you sit?
I sat in the back row. I got to sit next. I had Jinx on one side sitting next to me, and then there was this nice older lady that sat next to me, and then Bob was right next to us. And then Frank Meister, Rescue All Dogs, and this nice lady that I got to meet today named Mary, she was there. And like there were a couple other people. Some names I didn't catch, but they were like familiar faces. I've seen them before, but I don't really like talk to them or anything. But yeah, and so like I got to see Hannah Shakespeare was there today. Frosty was there today.
I'm surprised Frosty wasn't thinking he was going to make it, so I'm surprised he actually got there.
Well, he got there in plenty of time because he was out there before the doors opened. Obviously, Bob was there. Susan Hendricks was there.
That's interesting that Susan Hendricks was there and that Hannah Shakespeare was there.
Yeah, they were both there. And then you had, who else was it? Okay, so yeah, obviously Rosie Baldwin, Auger, the attorneys, McLeland, Luttrell.
It's like OJ. I always say it's Auger, and Travis always corrects me. But it's like OJ. Auger. Yeah, it's like French.
Auger. Okay. So Auger
I still call her Auger. Just to piss off Travis.
All right. Well, if that does it for you. But yeah, so all of the attorneys were present. Diener was there. As far as like the sides of the family, Mr. and Mrs. Erskine were there. Obviously, the Patties were there. Tara German was there with her wife, Amanda. Kelsey was there. Carrie was there. One of Libby's sisters was there. There was a couple other kids with them, but again, like I don't know their names. Becky Patty's sister was there. Yeah, she has been coming to the court hearings with them.
Okay.
And yeah, so then Holman was there. Liggett was there. Lesenby was there. Let's see who else.
So Holman, Liggett, Lesenby.
Yeah. Mullins was there.
Mullins.
And there we got to hear from Kevin Murphy today, which was somebody that we haven't heard from before, which had to do with the task force, part of the Ferenczi, Murphy, and Click. So
okay,
that was
Murder Sheet was there.
Huh?
Murder Sheet was there.
Yes, Murder Sheet was there. And then there was a lady from Dateline that was there as well. She was there at the last hearing as well. She sat next to me at the last hearing, and her and I kind of like chit-chatted back and forth. But yeah, there's somebody from Dateline that's been attending the hearings as well.
That's interesting.
So yeah, and let's see who else was there. And then like a couple of like there was this Aspen Connor was there, and then there was I want to say the girl's name was Lauren that was with Frosty. I want to say that that's her name. But yeah, so like everybody was just kind of like there. And then there was an older lady that was with the family. But I don't know. I think she's related or maybe a good friend. I'm not sure, but I think her name was Sarah. She was an older lady.
Oh, probably yes. I think she runs one of the Delphi groups, if that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah.
She was a really nice lady. Like everybody was like really nice and really cordial to one another today for the most part. Like
that's good.
Other like nobody like people who didn't have something nice to say to one another just didn't conversate or like go into that, which was nice. You know what I mean? You didn't have to deal with like that dramatic.
There was no fighting. Frank Mike didn't have to break up any fights today.
No.
That's good. Okay, positive. Headed in the right direction.
Right.
We got Judge Cole being nice, no fighting outside the courtroom, no fighting inside the courtroom.
Right.
Everybody seemingly getting along.
Yeah, and it was just kind of like a laid back kind of day, and just chill in that perspective. They So Goal arrived, at 11 a.m. in style, like on the bench, just like, they brought in Richard Allen at 11:02 a.m. I did notice, like, to me, like, most of the time when Richard Allen comes in, like, he like walks past his wife or whatever, like he'll look at his wife and mouth stuff to her or whatever. Like he kind of looked at her, but I didn't really see him like mouth anything to her today. And like he just liked to stare up at the stained glass, like the
colors.
Yeah, like the skylight, the colored skylight. Like he just kind of like did this most of the time, like while he was sitting there waiting for stuff to get started and to get going.
So Yellow had kind of mentioned that too, and I was wondering, like, does it look like he's like praying, or does it look like he's just like absorbing like his surroundings? Like, did you get like a sense on why he was just doing that? Because it's not the first hearing that he stared up at the ceiling.
Well, I think that a lot of it probably has to do with the nervousness. I mean, you think about the gravity of the situation that he's facing right now. So a lot of that is a lot of nervous energy. A lot of the times, you get into court, your lawyer's like, don't say anything, don't whatever, so maybe he's looking up there like, okay, like I just got to try to center myself and keep calm and breathe, because I mean, he really doesn't say very much too often. Like, every once in a while you may see like Baldwin or Rozzy like say, lean over and whisper to him, but for the most part, like he kind of just stays really like quiet. He looked like he had lost a little bit more weight also.
Sorry, DB's talking about your dog. I saw it too, and DB brought it up. Your dog is eating food off of your coffee table.
Aurora. She knocked over my son's juice and then licked it off the coffee table.
There you go. So he's not stopping. He's just like, alert, alert. There's a dog. There's something happening in the background.
I was not paying attention at all.
No, it's okay. It was just funny because he's still going. I saw it too, DV. I was like, oh, doggy's getting a little something.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's okay. Good boy.
That's my Aurora. She's an adventurer.
She's a girl.
She's also very talkative too, and she has an opinion all the time. So sometimes she may interject and say something.
She a husky?
Yes, she's a husky. And then I have 2 beagle mixes. And even like my beagle mix is sometimes very outspoken when we talk about stuff.
Like,
but yeah, they've got something to say. So all the time.
Well, we love dogs. So of course, like my attention was like immediately, I'm like, dog. And then all of a sudden I see that and DB's like, dog. Like, I just said that to myself. Stop it.
Wow. Aurora, you're getting all the love. So
she's like, what? What are you talking about? I'm not doing nothing. I'm just sitting here being a good dog. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait,
so Travis had asked in chat if they actually said Jennifer Auger's name in court today, so that you could hear how it was pronounced, because he's adamant that it's Auger.
Because like she just kind of like when they got up and they started like doing their thing, like Gold didn't say her name. They just kind of just started immediately like into the conversation. Hi, Dexter.
Are you talking about me? You talking about me?
Would you like to say hello?
Did you hear me go, oh, is that one of the beagle mixes?
Yes, he's a beagle mix. He's 3 years old. And then the other beagle mix, he's mixed with Great Dane beagle. Dexter is mixed.
Beagle and Great Dane?
Yeah. He's a huge dog, and then he's like totally heavy too, and he's a lap dog, so he thinks like he has to like sit in your lap and he like crushes you, and he's still just a puppy. I mean, his paws are like massive. And then
you can all come visit.
Yeah. And they like it. I keep telling Aurora, like, I want to take her to court with me, like she can be the legal eagle doggy.
Legal.
Yeah.
The lawyer dog.
Yes. because she's outspoken. She would fight for you. She would.
Aww. Nobody's
So,
going to touch you there then. Okay, so
right.
with attorney Auger, somebody in chat said that Bob did say that she had asked to clarify the name, and that she did say it was Auger. Just so Travis can know, when I call her Auger, it's literally just for him because I love him so much.
Well, I didn't hear it. I mean, there's like sometimes the acoustics are all right, sometimes they're not. They did have a microphone today, but like sometimes there's like when they step away from it, like you know, you don't hear everything because she's stepping forward talking to her. So I'm sorry. I didn't hear
No,
it,
it's
but
okay. It's funny because people in chat are like, let's just forget about Delphi. We'll just talk about dogs and cats. It's like way better.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. So no, stop being. Don't be sorry for nothing. We love it. We're thankful that you're here. Just there was a couple other questions I was trying to keep track, but I like once again I'm like squirrel of dog.
Okay.
But somebody else had, I think Fiend asked something real quick. I'm gonna go back and find that.
Okay.
Oh, Yellow's talking about him like staring at the skylights. How you were talking about like the stained glass.
And he's just like, yeah, and he's like staring off into him, and just like he was very, very entertained by the skylights, in my opinion. Just like staring up at it.
But a sensory thing then.
It could be, yeah. But I also think that it's also like a nervous thing too. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot going on, like a lot writing.
So I will clarify this because it seems to have been, I was on a channel a couple months ago and I made a joke of how it's like a wedding, and how if you sit on one side, then you're pro-defense, and if you sit on the other, then you're like pro-prosecution. And it turned into like a big thing where people were like, that's, you know, I'm not pro-prosecution or I'm not pro-defense, but it was literally a joke that I had made on another channel. So I just want to clarify that obviously it's open seating. You sit wherever there's a seat. There's no sides. It was,
yeah.
Just clarify that.
I dealt with that one time after I had gone to a hearing. I was in somebody's chat and they were like asking me why I was sitting next to somebody, and it was the date of the unexpected turn of events. I had been sitting like with all media people, and then when they had gotten, like, the attorneys came to talk to Kathy Allen and Janice, everybody got kind of like they made everybody get up and reshuffle like musical chairs. And then I got sat next to somebody and they were like, why are you sitting next to that person? And I was like, I can't help like who I'm sat next to. Like
it doesn't count for anything, but I just wanted to make sure I clarified that, because sometimes I do make that joke of,
right,
you know, oh, look at who's on the defense side, you know, but it's just a joke. So I just want to make sure that if I do say something, that people know. Okay, so let me just double check my messages, see if she got home.
Okay.
All right, so she's having a problem. Hold on, let me try to grab this real quick for her. Do you want to start with, okay, so we talked about that Gold showed up late. We talked about who was all in the courtroom. So do you want to talk about like the first things that kind of get set up, like as it goes?
Yeah. So Gold got started at 11:13 a.m., like starting to address stuff. So they had talked about the fact that they had like communicated in an email prior. So Gold said, you know, we're here to address these motions of the vacating the safekeeping order, dismissing sanctions for motion to suppress. And then there was like a motion to dismissed, laying out smooth scheduling like for the next 3 days coming up. So she talked about the scheduling for tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to be hearing the 2 motion to suppresses for the alleged confessions. And Gold did make the comment that they are pretty meaty. So that's something, I guess, to look at and think about. And then they're going to be covering the motion for admissibility. And then she said Thursday is going to be the focus on the motion in limine. So They started with the motion to vacate the safekeeping order, and Mr. Liggett was the first witness that came up. He indicated that he, has been the Carroll County Sheriff for about a year and a half, that he was not the sheriff when Allen was arrested. And he had kind of got up there and said that basically, like, he would be okay with the custody of Allen being relinquished from the Department of Corrections to allow him to be housed in Cass County. Like, he didn't have any objection to it. Right now, they were talking about how the Department of Corrections has been like the ones that have been taking care of like the transportation for Mr. Allen. They've been taking care of like the housing situation, all of that stuff. And however, his mother and wife, they seemed good. It seemed like it was smooth. Like, they weren't as upset today. Like, like I've seen Kathy pretty upset at the end of most of the hearings. So it was good to see that, like, she wasn't like so like completely like overwhelmed today. So that was awesome. Let's see.
And that was Liggett that we're talking about on the stand currently, right?
Yes, Liggett, Tony Liggett.
Regarding the safekeeping order.
Yeah. So he gets up there, and they're Rosie is talking to him, and he's like, talking about are you going to be okay with like getting rid of this safekeeping order? Like it's like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I think it's okay. They had talked to the sheriff with Cass County, and Cass County had said that, they didn't necessarily want to take him, but they would if they had to, basically. And so if this safekeeping order was to be lifted, basically, Rosie had questioned Liggett to make sure that like he understood that like he would be responsible for the custodial care of Richard Allen, making sure that all of the transport was coordinated and all of that other stuff.
Okay.
Is this actual trial? No, this is not actual trial right now. This is the motion, like the motions to get to motion in limine, which basically is what's going to dictate what will be allowed in trial. So we're getting there, but that meat and potatoes is going to be on Thursday. So right now,
today we did safekeeping,
yes.
the motion to compel and for sanctions on Nick. And then we did the motion to dismiss. So we did 3 of the defense motions. And then tomorrow you said it's going to be the 2 statements, the 2 motions to suppress.
Yes. And then the motion for admissibility.
That's on Walla.
Yeah. And Goal had said, the motion to suppress, she's like, that's pretty meaty. Like when she was talking to Rosie about it. So her calling it meaty, like I'm sure it's going to be a lot to it, maybe.
How many people they're going to call to the stand to discuss the matter?
I have no idea. I have no idea yet at all. I'm sure it's going to be crazy tomorrow. So
okay, also, and then motion in limine is for Thursday, which is and everything to do with third party to exclude, where McClellan wants to exclude them being able to talk about the geofencing, being able to talk about third party, being able to talk about Keegan Klein and Brad Holder and Johnny Messer and anything to do with Odinism and all of that. So that's Thursday.
Yes.
So they kind of started out with some of the easier ones, I would say, with one today.
And I mean, it went, fairly fast or whatever, like I said, they had asked, Liggett, was he understanding that, he would be making sure that this step was done. And he said that he felt that he could maintain the custodial safety of Richard Allen. At one point, it was really weird because they were talking about housing him in Cass County. And then they said that if he couldn't be housed at Cass County, then he would be held at Carroll County, and that would make it to where like they would be able to like put him in general population. And so like I guess, you know, at Cass County there's this it's like he would still like be in a pod with other people, but it's
Okay.
like the segregated it's a form of segregation, but it's monitored, like, you know what I mean, like separate from general population. um so they were talking about, you know, that the plus with Cass County is that they do have that type of facility to offer. And right now, Carroll County is going through the transition of building another jail.
Right.
So yeah, so they talked about that. And you know, he said that Liggett said that he would have to. They asked him, what would you need to be able to maintain this custodial responsibility for Richard Allen? And he said that when it came to like court hearings, he would just request for like an extra deputy and maybe a transport vehicle to transport him back and forth for hearings. And I don't know if that would be from like Cass County or Carroll County. Obviously, he has to be transported anyway. But again, he felt that he would be able to, that he had worked all the issues out, that, you know, this hasn't happened yet, but he felt like he could handle it. And so Nick,
So Liggett saying I'm fine with him being moved. It's not a big deal to me. I just essentially want him to stay alive to make it to trial.
Pretty much. And so Nick objected to it. You know, he was like, you know, I don't see this as any ploy except for that the defense would like their client to be closer to them so that it's not so far of a drive. And right now, like, I wrote it down because Rozzy said that it's 200 miles away from his office to be able to visit with Allen, and Baldwin's office is 2 hours away. You know what I mean? So like, he said he doesn't understand the reasoning why anybody would want him moved.
Which is weird because Nick was actually a public defender before he became prosecutor. So he knows why. He never dealt with anything this big. I mean, I guess for him, his clients were like, let's just take a plea on your drug charges and we'll just be done with it. Because everything he pretty much did had to do with traffic and drugs.
Right.
But how important it is for a defense attorney to be able to actually meet with their client to prepare for trial.
Right. You know, and so like, and that's one of the things that they were saying is that it is difficult to be able to arrange that time to meet with Richard Allen and be able to build this stuff that they need to build to get ready for trial, you know? And so Rozzy had asked, you know, for Gold to consider the language that was used in the affidavit when they were talking about, you know, lifting the safekeeping order and stuff of that. He had cited some law that has to deal with a safekeeping order, and also like an awaiting trial statute. So I guess like in an awaiting trial statute, like the way that he's being held now is he's being held to like the Department of Corrections statute and ability. So according to the Indiana Department of Corrections statute, like they don't like people to be in solitary confinement more than 30 days. So that's like an issue, I guess. Let's see.
Did they talk about the mental health care in?
Yes. They asked Liggett if he felt that there was any concern that Richard Allen would be a danger to himself or a danger to others. And Liggett said that he felt like he would be good. And, you know, like, but again, like Nick, he's like, I don't understand why they want to move him. I don't understand this reasoning. This is to get him closer, you know? And like, it's crazy. And then he said, like he just objected to it. He's like, I object to it, and that's pretty much what his argument was. And the reply back
he just
to
objects to it just because he's Nick, and he's like, I'm just going to object to it because I want to, because
right,
I don't want them to have their way when it comes to anything.
right. But the response back was that, again, Richard Allen has a right to, Sixth Amendment right to counsel. And he said, with it being difficult to gain access to their client, like, it's also a very large expense going on as well, just to be able to do like that travel and stuff back and forth.
Right.
So, and there was like, as far as Rozzi and Liggett both were concerned, they didn't have an actual preference of where he stayed, whether he was in Carroll County or Cass County, but they preferred for him to go to Cass County because they had that segregated ward area and they were able to manage that better.
Okay.
So then Gull asked a very important question when they were talking about the statute in regards to the safekeeping order. And Gull asked if does that statute give the court the ability to modify the safekeeping order from the Department of Corrections to the county jail. And she also asked if there was any case law that supported that. And Rozzi was able to give her a code that I didn't catch all the way, but he was able to cite something back to her. So Gull indicated that she was going to go ahead and she was going to take the motion to vacate under advisement. And then they started to move on to the motion to compel motion for sanctions. Okay. So
safekeeping under advisement. She is just going to figure out if she wants to do it or not.
Yes. She has 30 days to decide. So from when they give
Did they say 30 days? Did she say I'll have a decision in 30 days?
No, she didn't say 30 days. Legally, she has 30 days to deliver her decision on it. She has up to 30 days. She's not supposed to go past that, but she could very well come out with that decision before 30 days, but she has that 30 days. Let's see.
Kay asked, did McClelland ever say that he didn't care if he was moved? From my understanding, Nick's always been the one that has cared, but I could be remembering it wrong. I think that they talked about in one of the depositions with Liggett, that Liggett always said he didn't care if he was moved. He was just more concerned about the transportation of how he was going to get him to court, because he's in charge of getting him to court.
Yeah, and that's the same issue. I think Nick has always objected to it, honestly. So like I don't know. So then anyway, so she takes that motion to vacate under advisement. And then there was the motion to compel motion for sanctions. And so then they start getting to talk about like all of these issues with items of discovery. But Gull asked if there was authority for judge to modify or terminate. Good sign. Yeah, she specifically asked if there was a statute that gave the court the ability to modify the switch from DOC to the county. And she wanted to know if there was any statute that supported it. So, yeah, I think that's a good sign, too.
And the sheriff from Cass County is Schroeder, who says, I have no problem with taking it. So,
yeah, he said he would take him.
He's currently there right now. Correct?
Yeah, he's in right now being held for court. Yes, he's being held for court at Cass County, I believe. So he's being transported from Cass County right now. He's not being held in Carroll County for these couple of days. So, So they get to talking about all of these like things with the discovery, right? So we've had like all of these issues with the discovery back and forth. Like, they're saying there's missing interviews and there's missing like pieces of discovery period that still hadn't been turned over, or things that were being turned over past the date that was set for everything to be turned over. And so I don't want to chop and screw her name. Azure? Is that Azure?
Ajay. Like,
Ajay.
Ajay.
Okay, Ajay. So Miss Ajay starts saying, hey, listen, like there's 26 terabytes of data. She's like, there's 15 flash drives. And she starts like naming off like how many disks of information there is. And she said the organization of this data is just not there. Like it's not on point. She's like, each disk that the defense has received, when it was being prepped by Mr. Mullins, because that was like literally his job to prep these things for trial and make sure that all of this information is turned over to the defense. They were talking about how none of these disks are marked with like any of this information. And so she basically said that like when they call Nick and they say, hey, listen, we're looking for this, piece of evidence or whatever, or, do you have this? Basically what I got from that was he basically tells them to go fishing,
Go figure it out.
Right. And so she's like, he's pretty much telling us like, hey, we got to go fish for it. She's like, and we don't have time to just do this like this. You know what I mean? So Nick had pointed out, like, he's like, well, we wrote an email and we pointed out what goes with what. And he's like, and it's not our job to break it down and mark each and every single one of them. That's part of their job, is to get this together, and it's part of their job to do the organization. And they're basically asking us to do this for them. That was literally why you have Mullins as your person, for that specific job. Kind of like
to organize it. But he says like that he has the same issues. Like he has to dig through all of it too. And I'm like, that's going to be a fucking nightmare come trial. He can't even find his own shit.
Right. Because in previous hearings, they had already talked about like all of like these files that were received by the defense. They said that there are like case files for other cases that have like interloped over this, right? And there's no cause number for them. Like, even in the filings, there was mention of they had received a photo of a male with red hair that was deceased, but they had no idea who the individual was that was deceased or what case it even tied to. So
that's the video where they have that guy on the bed that's being flipped over who looks like he's deceased, and the cops are coming in. Is this a different thing?
I think this is a separate issue.
Oh Jesus!
I don't know. All I know is that they had mentioned it, like, and they still have no idea who that individual is. So, like, I don't know. But like all of these files are not marked properly. Like nobody knows what is supposed to go with what, or like there's discs and all of these different files are on the disc and they're just having to like sift through it to find basically what they need.
Did when they brought up these specific things that they were saying, like we have this random stuff that we don't even know what it goes to, did anybody from the prosecution side say this is why it's important, or we'll send you an email on why it's important? Did they give any explanation to this? Because we know from one of the filings that there was the video where the cops were coming in and it looked like a guy was deceased and they didn't have any idea what it was. And now if this is separate or the same, I mean, it doesn't matter. Did they give any explanation of what this random shit is?
No, like it boggles my mind, because like Nick's like, well, we shouldn't have to go in there and identify, like, I don't understand. I don't understand why you don't think you should have to go in there and identify like what it is, like at least mark a disc, let them know what's on it, or separate it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they don't do that at all.
I don't understand that. That's insane to me.
And I do not believe that Nick is fumbling through discovery to put his case together in October. If that is the case, I mean, this whole thing is going to be a fucking nightmare. There's just no way that he has no organization on where he's going to find certain things. Unless what he did, which is what I'm assuming, is he takes just the pieces of discovery that he's going to use and he pulls that out, and then that gets like a super organization. So he's like during trial can find just the pieces he's going to use. But now, what is he going to do when the defense brings up something that is like, well, this was in discovery, and he's like, shit, I don't know where that is. It's like discovery's a mess. I can't find it.
Right. Yes. And there was no index included with any of that stuff. So, Miss Azure, gosh, I'm just going to call her Miss A because I don't want to chop and screw her name. So Miss A even indicated to the court, she said there are 48,701 files and over 600 are only labeled by numbers. There's like no words to indicate what's on there or anything. It's just numbers, she said. So 48,701 files. And Nick says, you have to allow him to have the docs to find what you're looking for. You need to give me the stuff back. I'll find what you're looking for, and then I'll give it back to you.
Why would he have to give him the stuff back if his is organized the exact same way?
I don't understand it. It was like the most backward statement. I was like, what? Like, what? Yeah, but that's what he said. You have to allow me, to have the docs to find it for you. And so they were also talking about there was something that did not happen with them receiving a round 2 of a Google warrant that had been issued for all devices in the area at the time of everything going down. And Nick had said that, yes, they had received it, but he had emailed them about the way, like, he'd already sent it to him or whatever. So Miss A said that she would go back through the files tonight to look to see where he's indicated where that thing is or whatever. And if there's an issue, then she'll mention it tomorrow. If not, then everything's like honky-dory there. So they were talking about like there were like 18,000 device times locations that responded within, like the area. So they're talking about like all of the geofencing, and they're trying to indicate like all of that stuff, right? So when they ping somebody's phone in the area, they don't get like a service phone number back for the people that are the owners of that particular phone. What happens is it refers them to a device ID number. So then once they see that device ID number, if they see something that catches their fancy, then they have to go back and they have to request more information from Google for further information about that device ID number. So, and they're able also, it says they had mentioned that they are able to make that request for that further data without a warrant. And then they ask if Nick could refer the FBI geofence report that was completed by U.S. Marshals Service. And then they said Trooper, there was something else, another report completed by Trooper Vito on November 20th. And they still had no FBI geofence.
From my, so are they talking about they got the dump from 2017, and then they also got the gray key from 2019, and is that this conversation?
I believe, like, they're talking about the geofencing information, like all of that information. So
not the phone extractions. Okay. All right.
I don't know like what year it's from. Like, I don't know, like some of it's from 2017. And then I know that today it was really interesting because they were talking about, there's been a lot of technical advances when it comes to things like, finding your phone information and stuff like that. And so they had mentioned today's about using some new program And that program was able to like uncover like new information about pings in the area. So, like they didn't really get into deep detail, but they just happened to mention that. So that kind of caught the attention.
Okay.
So I don't know if they're like, obviously they're not going to go into it today, but we're maybe going to hear more in depth of that, I would guess, on Thursday when they discuss it.
Okay, so our other guest finally connected, so I'm gonna add her too. So she's going by she's just a crank for today, so she's just a crank for a day. So I want to say hi to Crank.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you? It took me forever. I'm wonderful.
All right.
So you guys were in court today together. Did you guys see each other? Do you know if you saw each other?
I seen her. I like to stay under the radar.
Makes sense.
But I did notice a few people that are like, I seen them trying to they're asking people, who's that? Who is that? And boy, did someone really try to get my name out of me today, but we'll avoid that. So you don't need to know.
We'll just call you an internet crank. So
Correct.
we've covered the safekeeping. We're talking about the motion to compel and the request for sanctions. And True Grit Crime was just telling us about the conversations around geofencing.
Yes.
That's kind of where we've gotten to yet so far.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
So is there anything you want to add at all up into that, or we'll just hop right back into the geofencing stuff?
You can hop back into the geofencing, and I didn't get to hear all of what you guys were talking about while I was fighting with all this.
Well, where do you want me to start?
Well, I want to ask a question because it seems that in chat that there is a specific duo that was in court today who has put out an episode stating that Richard Allen was glaring at people.
No, that man was looking up at that skylight the whole time. Like, and the only time that he looked at anybody was when he was walked in and out of the courtroom, and he locked eyes with his wife and his mom for a second, and then he completely just looked straight forward and just kept walking out of the room. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed that he looked around the gallery quite a bit, actually, much more than he's ever done before.
Did you see him glaring at anybody in the gallery?
Not particularly. Well, he did seem to make eye contact with Mike and Becky Patty.
He did?
Yeah. I seen him look over right at them, so.
Oh, sorry. I was going to turn my camera back on. I was just trying to help her get connected because we were struggling in the background. So I was doing Google searches and stuff while I was trying.
You're good. I'm just smoking a cigarette real quick. And some people are like, you know.
What are you thinking? I'll vape with you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Awesome,
I'm smoking with you.
All right.
So you don't have to keep your camera on. There's no requirement for that whatsoever. It's totally up to you.
It's all right.
Okay. So we'll go back to where the geofencing was. So they're saying that there was this information that was that they got from, but we don't have dates on the geofencing, but that they're looking for something else that pertains to the geofencing that they don't have.
Right. Yeah, it's the Google, the second Google warrant that is what Ms. A was talking about. Like I said, Nick reassured them that it was there, that he could direct her to where she could find it or whatever. And she said she would look tonight. But they were talking about the 18,000 devices times location. It responds with the device, with the device ID instead of a name or a phone number to indicate who owns that account. And then they're able to, like I said, request more data about the subscriber without a warrant. And then they had asked Nick to refer FBI geofence report completed by the U.S. Marshal Service, Trooper Vito. And then I have the date November 20th, and then an FBI no geofence. So
the FBI didn't do a geofence?
They don't have the report from the FBI geofence, is what they were saying. Like, they need that.
Okay. And that's
what I'm assuming that was.
The same, is the geofence the same thing as the Google warrant?
I don't know. I'm not really sure how that works, and I don't want to misrepresent that.
So, Crank, did you have any interpretation of what you thought happened during that time?
I was just trying to find out where you were so I could find it in my notes.
Okay.
So
We are right past the motion to compel, motion for sanctions.
yes.
So we
I'm
had
looking
just passed that, and Miss A was bringing up the issues of the organization of the data and the timeliness of the receival of the data.
Is that when they were talking about that it wasn't the FBI? The state was telling them that the FBI is the one that had that, but it turned out to be the U.S. Marshals?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't have anything. Sounded like you pretty much hit on that, so.
And then they were talking about 6 spreadsheet datas that were written by an FBI agent by the name of Saverick. And then they said needed data searched FBI files.
Yes.
And then alternatively, number 1, they were asking the state to provide a docs index as part of the as the defense didn't have like a docs index to tell them what was what. Alternatively, reach out to the prosecutor. So she's like, am I supposed to reach out to him and wait for him, to respond within 7 days? So that he can turn around and after 7 days tell me that he doesn't have what it is that I'm looking for, or he doesn't have, like, it was never logged in the first place. Like, for instance, when it came to like Brad Holder's police interrogation, like they lost the first interview, but then they're claiming now that they never recorded the second interview at the Logansport Police Department. So Nick's basically saying, I can't give you what I don't have, that was never made in the first place. And the defense is like, bullshit.
Yeah,
Nick
Nick was definitely contradicting some things today.
Absolutely.
That has been said in the past.
Yes.
And I know you guys actually did hit on the safekeeping you said, but yeah. I did notice when I was listening and driving home earlier, I can't remember, I think it was on R&M, but I believe someone said they didn't believe that Liggett didn't know that Alan was in solitary. And Liggett testified, like the question was specifically asked today. And Liggett testified that he did not know that Richard Allen's been was in solitary confinement. And Liggett testified, Rozzy asked him if he had ever been to Westville to visit Richard Allen and the conditions that he's in. And Liggett said, no, he has not. He was then asked about Wabash. No, and I'm like, I mean, Liggett's just, I mean, he acted like he's just brand new on everything right now.
But Liggett went to Westville. Or am I thinking somebody else? I'm almost positive it was Liggett, but now you got me questioning myself.
Nope, Liggett testified today that he has not been to Westville and he has not been to Wabash.
I'm wondering how the wording of the question is, because if it's like, did you go to Westville and meet with Richard Allen, or like, did you go to Westville to meet with Richard Allen and were unable to?
No,
Rozzy said, have you ever
been to that facility? Because they were talking about the differences between the facility over at Cass County and then the facility that's being built over at Carroll County. Remember, we were talking about those built-in segregations and things like that. You know what I mean? And he had asked him, do you know what Richard Allen is dealing with every day? Like, are you aware of like what his conditions are, like what he's dealing with? And like, it's like, no. So he said he'd never been there.
Correct.
Oh, was it Holman? No, I swear it was Liggett. Liggett did go to Westville for his deposition.
Yeah, that's why I said he was contradicting himself today with all of that, because I remember him saying that he went to Westville, but today he answered no to both of those questions that Rozzy asked him.
Right.
They asked if he viewed his cell. I thought, whereas Liggett traveled to Westville to talk to Richard Allen last year for some reason, but never ended up getting to talk to him. That there's something weird. There's something hinky about how that question had to have been phrased, where he doesn't feel like he's lying.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Pinocchio.
Yeah.
But he says he didn't know that he was being kept in solitary.
Correct.
Yeah. And that's when the issue of the
when he learned that.
well,
Or
that's
did they ask, did you know that he was being kept in solitary in Westville? Or do you currently know if he's being kept in solitary?
He said
Because
he never knew until Rozzy emailed him in, what was that? Do you have that date, True Crime?
yeah, it's a little bit further. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let's see.
Sure, I have
yeah,
it
I mean,
here.
if it's a straight question, it would
Is it
definitely
the November 20th date? Is that why I wrote down November 20th? I don't know. No.
No.
I know I wrote it down. I told you my notes are
Okay, so it says moved Wabash in December of 23, and then solitary confinement awareness and deposition in the summer of 2023. Aware attempt to move, never visited Westfield, moved to Wabash in December of 23. That's what I have. So summer of 2023 is what I wrote down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have it here as when Rozzy emailed him in 2023 is when he found out about him being held in solitary.
Yeah, because it says solitary confinement awareness and deposition.
Yes.
So he's claiming that when he was just deposed here, recently is when he found out that Richard Allen is in solitary confinement.
Okay. All right. So there's definitely something fishy about that. That'll be something interesting to pay attention to in the transcripts when we get them too, because that's not what he said. I mean, he knew in June. They had the safekeeping hearing in June of last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, that's what I was saying. He was saying that he didn't have any problem with the safekeeping order being lifted. He didn't have any problem with him being moved. He thought that he could maintain him and his because he would be responsible for the custodial transportation and housing and all of that stuff, and he's like, it hasn't transpired yet, but he would need the assistance of another trooper and a vehicle for transport and things of that nature to make
that was part of what Schroeder had put in the report that Rozzy submitted, is that they will have an additional help from ISP when it comes to that.
Okay.
Schroeder actually confirmed that.
Yeah. They also had talked about the moving logistics too. So the moving logistics, they said that if they move him to Cass County, would they be sure that the accommodations would be appropriate? They had mentioned that there were 150 beds over at Cass County, and that also that it's a state-of-the-art facility. But one of the issues was the mental health services. He wouldn't get mental health services, but hold on, I wrote it down because it was.
They said he would. Their problem was, they didn't have it around the clock.
Often. Yeah, not around the clock.
They have it for 12 hours a day, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's in here in my notes, like far back, because it was like a little while before, but they were talking about that as well.
Is Cass County the one that doesn't have the basketball court?
I believe so.
Remember, because that's one of the reasons that they declined to move him last year, was because the jail that they were going to move him to didn't have a basketball court. And I was like, okay, all right, funny guys. Mr. 5'4" Richard Allen's out there just dunking.
Dude, I think he's shrunk even more.
So, okay. Oh, yeah. And they said that if they had to keep him in Carroll County, that two of the concerns that they had were that they had no cells for solitary confinement. However, they did say that they have a padded cell that they could put him in if
Yeah.
they needed to. So Nick said that there were still concerns with, the safety and housing. And somebody, I can't remember, somebody felt that it was still essential to keep a safekeeping order in place when it came to like keeping him like separated, like a segregation thing, like not being with general population, but also giving him that where he's not in that little bitty cell where he's able to like move around and there's like a day room and things like that. So
Okay.
yeah. But they had no preference whether he was going to be housed at Cass County or Carroll County. So
Okay. Carroll County, they said they can't have him there, right? Because they're still building the jail? Or are they talking about typical meal?
They're still building the new jail in Carroll County, but the old one's still open. But they're saying we don't have a solitary cell there. All we have is a padded cell. So they could throw him in a padded cell and give him a turtle suit. So
it's only if he becomes any type of threat.
Exactly.
So it seems to be that his health, since he's been in Wabash, his health and his mental health have seemed to be on the uptake. So I'm thinking that might not be an issue, but there's a couple people in chat that are interested to know if either one of you have comments on Nick's mustache.
Oh my
God.
I made the comment today that his mustache looks like the dude from Super Trooper. I kind of get that vibe where like he's driving like the little van offering candy, in my opinion.
That's it's a little creepy.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
And I think he needs a haircut too. It was good to see that he actually washed his hair today though, because I've been used to sitting in the courtroom and staring at the back of a greasy head. So it was nice to know that he washed his hair today.
Still look greasy to me.
So
Okay, so back to the motion to compel and request for sanctions. I think that's where we left off. We were talking about the geofencing, that they get this report. Okay, that's where we're at. But they don't have.
I missed a page. I'm sorry, I missed a whole page that was stuck.
Go back then.
For this, what we were just talking about. So, I'm sorry. So Nick had asked for medical and mental transport to still be provided by like the Department of Corrections. He was asking if there was any way like to do that. Liggett said, I don't care where he's housed as long as there's a safekeeping order.
Yes.
And they pointed out that Richard Allen's contact with with others is absolutely cut off. So in May, the May 2024 deposition of Liggett, they had talked to Liggett regarding the solitary confinement rules and standards according to the Sheriff's Association adopted, because the Sheriff's Association adopted the same standards that the Department of Corrections had adopted. So 30 days is the max limit that you can keep somebody in the solitary confinement unless exceptions are made. 30 days, and you have to hold an administrative hearing for that.
So did they have an administrative hearing to keep him in solitary for longer?
Not.
No,
clearly not. They're still like, you know what I mean? So there was the question of, if somebody was like left out of solitary confinement, could they in turn end up being a danger to themselves? And then they wanted to know, would Richard Allen still be kept in solitary confinement in a segregated cell if he was housed at Cass County?
Okay.
Right.
So then there was an exhibit A, an affidavit from the sheriff of Cass County, Edward Schroeder. And he communicated with Liggett and pointed out Cass County is a capable place for.
You need to get some sleep for your court case tomorrow.
I will. I got this. Got it. Okay. I'm leaving a little later tomorrow. what did I? Well, just made me miss my spot, real stinker. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So he points out that Cass County is an acceptable place to house Richard Allen. And Rozzy sums up with, the affidavit. He asked for the language to be considered to be used. He gave the Indiana code considering the safekeeping order, awaiting trial statute. There's no concerns of danger of him being a danger to himself or others. Nothing reckless and standard. It says the practical side, everybody on a practical side understands they cannot place him in general population. Like, that's just not something that's going to be feasible. So they were asking to modify, to vacate the safekeeping order from the Department of Corrections to the county jail, like reverse it. And then they said, litigated June 23rd, Sheriff Schroeder testified to a small cell. The medical staff would only be available 12 hours a day. And the mental health people would only be able to see him once a week, 1 day a week. And Nick opposed to that.
Okay.
So, yeah. And that's when he started, you guys just want him closer to your office so it's more convenient. And,
Yeah, Nick was really pushing that he was pushing that hard. He really made a big deal over the whole just being closer to his attorneys.
Yeah.
Nick was really pushing to keep him under this order.
Yeah, he was hardcore.
Strictly to keep him away from his lawyers, it sounds like to me.
So we were talking earlier when we were talking about the safekeeping order that somebody in chat had brought up. Didn't Nick say like he was fine with him being moved? Somebody did send me a snippet of a Fox 59 article where it says the attorneys stated that they have contacted prosecutor Nick McClellan about moving Allen, who had no objection to relocating him closer to his family. I don't have a date on that article, but I'll look more into it. But yeah, apparently at one point he didn't care.
In the beginning, I do recall him not really being against it, but then as they went further, that's when he started bringing up about being closer to his attorneys, and that being an argument for him.
He was much more objectionable about it today than he had been in the past. In the past, it wasn't really kind of like, he wasn't really like, no, I don't want that. It was just kind of like, he really didn't say too much about it. He just kind of like let them chit chat and let them go.
Yeah, I really think that he thought that there wasn't a way for Gull to be able to modify this. And Rozzy clearly showed that the statute says she clearly can.
That's a good point, Travis. So why is the sheriff of Cass County being helpful to the defense? It's because of funding, because Carroll County will still have to pay for his stay, and that'll make Liga look bad because he'll have spent money on him staying in Cass County. Is it me that has a notification? Yeah, I was looking for it, Miku. I don't know if you guys have like a Discord open on something. It sounds like a Discord notification. I looked on mine. I'm like, if I have it open, I have no fucking idea where it is. That's what I was just looking for.
It's my fault. It's my notifications for like news and stuff like that. I'm gonna try to find the setting to turn it off. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, it's okay, because I thought it was my Discord, because I had Discord open before we went live, and I'm like, I must have left it open on one of these screens, and it's like buried under something else. So I'm like digging around for it. Yeah. So yeah, no worries. I was like, yeah, I'm like, is somebody blowing up my Discord? Like, is something like popping off right now that I need to be aware of? Like, where is this coming from? Okay. So we went back. So we've gone back to the safekeeping order again, because for some reason I didn't think that was going to be as important, but it seems that there was a lot of stuff that kind of came up in that.
Yeah, I think that it did. And Gull asking the questions she asked.
Did we lose you?
For.
I think we lost you for a hot minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you there?
Oh, it's okay. You said the questions that Gull was asking?
Yeah, it's the way, when she piped up and asked the questions she was asking, and there was a little more sincerity in her voice today. So
that seems to be a general consensus between all of you guys, is that she actually seemed to be in much kinder spirits.
Yeah, there was no eye rolling. There was no eye rolling. And she was making eye contact with both Baldwin and Rozzy, and much more attentive.
Interesting. Okay,
Mhm.
so if you can't get it to stop true grit crime, don't worry about it. I mean, it'll just be what it is. At least I won't be going crazy trying to find my Discord. So yeah, no.
I gotta find out how to do it though, because I just got this laptop and I'm still learning.
I have those
whatever, but it's got the little button, right? It's got the little button that you like press and it like flips over, but it won't. It's not letting me hit it to the off part. I don't know why.
Does it have like
Sleuthy, I don't trust her either.
Does it have like a do not disturb?
I have it on do not disturb, and it's still making the notification noise.
Don't worry about it then. We're gonna keep going, and we'll just deal with it. At least I won't look like a crazy person.
I'm
trying
sorry,
to figure
guys.
out.
I know it's probably annoying.
Don't worry about it. Miku said, "What kind of laptop?" She might be able to help you.
It's a Corsair Voyager.
Yeah, I'm no help on tech stuff, so I'm like, I don't know, just smash it. That's my answer to fixing it. Yeah, no, I would rather. I'm not even going to worry about it. So, okay, let's keep going with let's go back to the motion to compel and request for sanctions. We left off with the geofencing. You guys find in your notes. You guys can go back. We'll go back to that spot.
Right.
Okay, so she says it's not a Discord. It's her notifications from her actual laptop, like telling her the news. Which I get those stupid things all the time, like little pop-ups that come up on the screen. They're like, "Did you know that Kamala Harris said such and such?" And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Stop telling me that right now.
Well, I keep telling it to stop, but it just, I don't know.
You don't have anything else open on your computer? Oh, there you go. So that's why I said it's fine, and it'll be whatever it is. Don't worry about it. We'll go back to let's go back to talking about motion to compel. That's you.
Okay.
I got nothing to add. I wasn't there.
So they talked about like not having the FBI, like no geofence. There was a 6 spreadsheet data originated by an FBI agent, Selveric, and they said they needed data searched with the FBI files. And then alternatively, they're asking the state to provide documents index, like I said, because there wasn't one prepared for any of all of this, 26 terabytes worth of data and 15 flash drives and disks and whatever. And then, alternatively, Miss A was saying like, hey, like I could reach out to Nick and have to wait the 7 days to ask him for these items or where this location is, or if you have it, and you can come back to me and be like, I don't have it, and it's just, I basically, like, I felt like she was just calling him on his stuff.
So he's not required to actually like organize it for them, but I mean, I don't know why it's not titled. Why isn't it titled for them?
It's not marked. Like there's just numbers on it. Like there's no like indication of where any of it goes. Like if you have numbers on it, what does this number correlate? Why is this here? Basically is what they're asking, and you're not even telling them what it's there. You're just basically saying, go fish.
Yeah. And there's no names or anything.
There's nothing there. They have no idea what correlates to what.
Right.
And he's not going to fix that. So
No, and I think that like when you're looking at 48,701 files, and 48,701 files is a lot of files to go through when you don't have an understanding of what you have there. So
okay, so what was next after that part? What did they talk about with the sanctions? Did they talk about that at all? Like what remedy they want? Like the defense say, like, we want him to not be able to use XYZ because he hasn't given us this stuff.
well, they
want it indexed more in order, and then if not, and he has 7 days to answer them back.
Yeah, and so basically, like they were upset because okay, I'm gonna get.
You're fine. You guys keep going. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna grab some ice real quick. Be right back.
Okay, Crank, it's on you then.
Oh, you guys are all leaving me.
I'll be right back.
Good
He
job.
has to show me something, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. So basically they just want it either indexed more with some names and accuracy to what's where. And if they have to reach out to Nick, he has to be able to respond within 7 days. And so they want Gull to, push that and enforce that. What was the next thing? Oh, she just discussed the delay of documents that have been sent, and especially the one that Baldwin had to go to Georgia for.
She did discuss one other thing in between that, because they were talking about the timeliness of that, but there was also another data report from a sergeant.
That was from Sergeant Cecil.
Police Cecil.
Yeah.
So they said that they were requesting a raw data report from him. They said that they still don't have the report, and that specific report needs to be turned over to an expert. So they were asking that.
They've been asking since like August 13th.
No, they were asking that it be provided before August 13th.
Oh, yes. But they've been asking for it.
Yes, they've been asking for it and still have not received it. Yeah.
So which one is Cecil?
I don't know who Cecil is. That was the first I remember hearing his name.
I've never heard the name either, but they identified him as an Indiana State Police officer.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually said Sergeant Cecil.
Yep. They did.
Okay. So do we know what reports he had, or that he was talking to, that they were talking about, that they don't have of his?
Nope.
Is
It just
this about
says,
the phone?
arrive Sergeant Cecil, ISP, more work with raw data. We need the reports. They still don't have the report, and the evidence needs to be turned over to an expert. So they have some expert that's going through and getting the some of the items that they've received has been in raw data. So they've had to go get a specific expert to analyze, to process all of that for them to actually get it. So they need that raw data to process it so that they have that.
The raw data, did they specify what the raw data is from?
Nope. Just they said that it was a report that was completed by Sergeant Cecil of the Indiana State Police. That's all we know.
Yeah.
So he works with the Indiana Crimes Against Children that we typically refer to on here as like ICAC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to know if they had a specific what they were talking about that they needed from him.
Yeah, they didn't say specifically. They just said that they had that report. It had raw data that they needed it to get to the expert. And then basically they typed up like a summary of the requests. They put in Exhibit B. They said number 1 because of the delay of the investigation. Also, Baldwin had to drive to Georgia to obtain that photo that they spoke about in the Franks memorandum that was turned in by tip by that Ryan Boucher guy.
Ryan Boucher.
Yeah. And Baldwin paid for the transportation to go pick up that particular item and the cost of all this stuff. And basically, he had been paying out of pocket for some expenses. So he was requesting that he be reimbursed the $12,640.34 that has been incurred out of pocket. And Nick did not want to reimburse him at all. At all.
Well, and
Okay.
the problem was with that is Nick, they reported that Ryan had called, I want to say it was in the first couple of days. I'm looking for my notes.
April 12th, 2017 was when
Yeah,
he
okay.
contacted
Yeah, he contacted
Officer Winters.
yeah, and reported having, these pictures and some further information.
Yes.
And the defense, since they were on the case, had seen a note or something about that and had asked for that and had never gotten it from the state.
Yeah.
And so that's why Baldwin took it upon himself to finally just go and get it. And
Right.
Nick now states that he does not have this, that he's never had it.
Even had
that
it. He said he never had it.
Yeah. But yet there with that exhibit, there was another exhibit that was put in it right at with that it shows the state police. There's like 2 state police reports that actually refer to that picture. So that's what Baldwin used to prove that Nick, at some point, in fact, the state did have it.
Yes, because it was on a Dropbox or whatever. And they said that when they went back to go retrieve it, it was like gone, like dipped. So yeah, Baldwin went and got that. And then Nick was throwing a fit saying he didn't even have that. And this, like they pointed out again, like Brad Holder was identified, identified information as being a suspect, and it wasn't turned over to the defense. The state had possession of info and failed to turn it over. The prosecution was alerted and told about the items of photos that were found on the social media. The guy even called and spoke to Holman, but there was no follow-up.
Right.
And now they said state police are claiming that they cannot find the evidence. They cannot find the evidence report of the guy even calling into the state police to give the tip.
I'm going to cut in really quick, you guys. There's another jury question in the Black Swan trial.
What?
So I'm going to cut in really quick.
What is it?
Black Swan.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Roll up.
Sorry, I said.
You should at least acknowledge to them, because I don't know that either out of politeness or a sense of
Can you hear it?
intimidation.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to back up just a second then.
I'm going to read it verbatim, and then I'll hear from both sides.
And then I'll go back to
Unable to come to unanimous verdict. Signed, juror.
You hear that? Did I mess it up by talking?
Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. I have another communication from the jury. I'm going to read it verbatim, and then I'll hear from both sides. Unable to come to unanimous verdict. Signed, juror.
That's an easy one. It's been less than 6 hours. Keep working. But with this caveat, Your Honor, I think you should at least acknowledge to them, because I don't know that either out of politeness or a sense of intimidation, I don't know that they know they can ask if they can go home and come back in the morning.
Judge, and I think asking them about going home and coming back is definitely something that they also need to Allen charge before we make any decisions after that.
How do you give an Allen charge after 6 hours?
Yeah, hold on. Just go ahead and say your piece.
Judge, I didn't realize that there was any hour attached to an Allen charge. I just thought that once they said they were deadlocked, that you give them the Allen charge. But it is almost 10 o'clock, so they may want to go home and come back tomorrow.
All right, thank you both very much. As we all know, the Allen charge is a one-time thing. So my inclination was to bring them out, acknowledge that they've been working for almost 6 hours, well over 5.5 hours, acknowledge the time of the evening, and give them that option. And I'm not going to ask for them to vote. The way I do this is I'll explain to them, you've been working, we acknowledge that, it's late. If you want, you can go home for the evening, come back tomorrow, fresh, and continue your deliberations. I send them back to decide if that's what they want to do or not, and then go from there.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's bring them out.
We'll get back to Delphi as soon as I can. I just don't want to miss what's happening here. Yeah, they've been deliberating for 5.5 hours, 5 hours and 34, they're almost 35 minutes. To bring in the jury in. This is a jury of 6, remember. He doesn't want to do an Allen charge until tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon sometime. No verdict. They cannot reach a unanimous verdict.
Members of the jury, I've received a note from you. It says unable to come to unanimous verdict. We all recognize that you've been working for almost 6 full hours, and it's getting late. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. I want you to go back, and there's an option that we can come back tomorrow and start fresh in the morning. I do have some court first thing in the morning, but we can get started same as every other day about 9 o'clock. So I'm going to ask you to step in the back and make a decision amongst yourselves if you'd like to come back tomorrow morning fresh to start.
Or there's no other option.
I need you to discuss that first, please.
Ooh, somebody asked, is there no other option?
All right, you all have a
Yes,
seat.
it is. In Florida. They said, is there no other option? Yeah, they don't want to come back. Yeah, hot mic. No, not really. They're not common in most states. California hardly ever has a 6th degree. Especially on a felony. We don't do that. Yeah, she just blurted that shit out. She's like, there's no other option? We cannot agree. We don't want to do this anymore. Let's see, how many? Yeah. 6, 3, 4, 5. So Arizona, Connecticut, Florida, Indiana, Massachusetts, and Utah are the only states that allow a 6 to 8 member jury to decide on felony cases. 6 is common for civil. She'd have never made it to deliberations in the Karen Reed case. Yeah, she was not going to give in. She's like, no, let's just hang it right now because we're done. Yeah, I got you, Miku. I don't know how long he's going to take to let them talk about this amongst themselves. I don't want to sit here and wait. I want to go back to Delphi, but I don't want to miss this either. All right, I want to interrupt again, though. Yeah, Susan, they can't come to a unanimous verdict. And so they're wanting to go home and be done. They're just like, nope, we're not going to agree. Let's go. We're out. I mean, it's weird, though, that we know the jury was just in the courtroom and we know that the jury is not deliberating right now. Why is the verdict clock still watching? Is it just post them going to deliberate? I mean, that's not an accurate count on how long they've actually been deliberating then. Just minimize it and then interrupt? Okay, I will. All right, yeah, because I don't want to sit here and wait for that. I'll bring it back over here. The judge said, I need you guys to decide on that first. So somebody asked, is that the only option? And he said, I need you to go out in the hall and discuss that first. And so when they come back about that, then he'll make a decision. All right, I'll just take that down for now. I have it. I mean, it's still on. So if they come back with any sound, it'll pop up on the screen. So okay, but I want to go back. So if it does pop up again, I apologize for interrupting. Like I said, I just don't want to miss what's actually happening with that trial. But I want to go back to talking about Cecil. So because Cecil is the one that did the deposition of May, June of this year. I mean, it was very recent. It was May, June of this year. And he is the one who did the new update of the Celebrite and was the last one to do the Celebrite on Libby's phone, I believe. They had two other dumps from Libby's phone, one from the original in 2017, and one they used this gray key thing, which is what I was trying to get DB to explain to me a little bit, was why they had to use that, and this new software that they used in 2019 just to in turn use Celebrite now. And they deposed him and they didn't know that he had done this other dump. And when they did it, then they found out that he had done this and they were like, well, nobody even bothered to tell us that they had done this. Otherwise, we would have postponed his deposition so we could actually get more answers. So I find that very interesting. And that and you guys are saying that they both stated they still do not have this new Cecil report that's from May of this year.
They didn't specify when the report was from. They just said that they did not have the raw data from this specific report, and that they needed the raw data to give to the expert so that report could be processed and they could retrieve the data and see what's there.
Okay.
So they didn't specify about what it was about. They just called it the Cecil report.
The Cecil report? Gosh.
The Cecil report.
You got the Purdue report. You've got the Odin report.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got a Cecil report.
Yeah. It's a lot. And then, so like they were talking about, the tip that was apparently, reported by Boucher, however you say it.
Boucher,
now
Bobby Boucher.
that they can't even find the report of him calling into the state police. Nick's response was, I can't be compelled to give you what I don't have, and I don't think that Baldwin should be reimbursed for anything. They start talking about the raw data being ran through 2 separate reports, and then the phone data gets generated on phone extractions. So they need to make sure that they're getting the raw data and so that they can get the extracted reports. They asked that Nick be ordered to make sure that any new evidence between both sides is like turned into the opposing side within a 7-day time frame. Both parties disclosed exhibits they want all of the full exhibits, everything that's going to be used in trial to be disclosed and submitted by October 1st. They were talking about that they want to get that done so that it saves trial instead of wasting time trying to figure out what's what. And then they put in they admitted they motioned to admit Exhibit D, which was a deposition of Detective Winters, claiming that he saw the photo that was turned in by the Boucher that was posted allegedly posted on Brad Holder's Facebook page. Let's see. And he said that he has seen the photo and that he was unable to obtain the original information. And then again, they had pointed out, the amount of $12,640.34 is what Baldwin was out of pocket. So sanctions, the response from Nick was give it to them the way they have it. I don't know. He said open, inspect, tie where it goes, and then I have 2P drive. So I'm not sure what that was about, but that's what was said. Exhibit 1. So they put in another Exhibit 1 for a motion to compel earlier this year that was denied without a hearing. So on April 16th and April 23rd, there was a zip drive with separate files with easy access. Cecil said this is where bad actors are doing things. So we're finding out where service providers are reporting things, where people are sharing and reporting things they get flagged. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so for the Boucher stuff, I've always questioned, I don't understand why Boucher just couldn't send it to them just the same way that it was supposedly sent to Holman and ISP. So, but from my understanding, it seemed like today there was more conversation about the fact that Baldwin actually went and stayed there, and he was interviewing Ryan Boucher to get more information on his interactions with law enforcement, his interactions with how he came across this information, what he did with this information, where this information was shared. And so it makes more sense to me now why he actually went there, was to do more of a investigative process behind, because I'm like, why didn't they just send this picture? It didn't make sense to me. But today it seems to make more sense to me. Other people, it actually makes less sense. So I don't know.
No, Baldwin had said that he had stayed there for a couple of days, had a hotel, and actually was getting more information on he said suspects from Ryan. So there was more than just getting the picture, for sure.
Okay. So DB said Cecil was probably referring to something called a P2P network. I don't know what the hell that is. He likes to throw out things that I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, DB.
Right.
Peer-to-peer network. Hi, Dan. What? Okay, so still, I peer to peer. So
It's like Dropbox. Like a Dropbox would be considered like a peer-to-peer network sharing.
Oh,
Yeah, peer-to-peer. Yeah. Okay.
like where I can send you stuff. So like, is Facebook Messenger a peer to peer communication?
Yes, kind of like that. Yeah. So okay.
Okay, all right. I guess so. I guess that makes sense to me. I'm not up on your lingo.
They were talking about, like I said, there was the motion to compel earlier was denied without a hearing. There was 2 items. Hey, can you two stop it, please?
They're like, no, it's playtime.
There were 2 files shared on April 16th and 23rd that said that there was a zip drive, separate file with easy access. So basically the argument was like, are we supposed to like comb through all of this evidence and see, that it exists, like Nick's basically saying he doesn't want to have to spoon feed it to him again, basically. So they made sure to indicate that the discovery deadline was November 1st, 2022. And they are still currently receiving updated information regarding phone calls and jail recordings that are happening currently with Richard Allen while he's in the Department of Corrections. And Nick says he doesn't have the photo, and he doesn't feel that the court should be held financially responsible for the money that came out of pocket. So then they were talking about supplementing new discovery from DOC. And Nick says, I gave everything to you guys. I gave everything to you, including the tips, all of the phone pings. And then they started talking about the second motion to compel. For the first one that was filed on April 3rd, and then there was another one that was filed on April 26th. And they were talking about that everything was supposed to run by the standard operating procedures when it came to chain of custody concerning the 26 terabytes of information. And they said that all of this stuff should be separated into separate files, and then even when they separated into separate files and all this information that they've gotten, they have to assume that, it's exculpatory evidence and it's something of use. And Baldwin basically asked to admit evidence that exonerates the defendant. He used, he referred to Jester versus Sate for the sanctions minimal effect on evidence. Again, they were talking about phone dump. And then again, Nick says again that he doesn't think Baldwin should be reimbursed. He thinks that the motion to compel is a moot issue and that it should be dismissed. But that the appropriate sanctions.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we didn't give them all the stuff. The motion to compel is just silly. Don't do that.
Yeah, he said he thinks the motion to compel is moot. It should be dismissed, and that appropriate sanctions should be the appropriate sanctions right now should just be set as a continuance, and they'll talk about it later.
Okay, so he doesn't think they should even deal with the sanctions part now, but
he doesn't think that they would deal with it right now.
The reimbursement for his trip to Georgia would be part of McClellan's sanctions. Like that would be against the state, so that would be a sanction against the prosecution. Yeah.
And then they started talking about Cellbrite extractions from 2017 and another Cellbrite extraction from 2019.
That's the dump that I was talking about.
They were talking about that it should have been disclosed in 2022, but the state did not provide these Cellbrite extractions until September of 2023. So is
that different than the Cecil report?
Yes, I believe it is different than the Cecil report.
The phone dump?
No, I think the Cecil report is separate from the phone dump. And they were also talking about like, like Nick should have disclosed this stuff. And, they were saying like, this is the state's data. Like all of this stuff came from the state. They had this information. So, yeah. And then they mentioned the name Chris Easel, but I wasn't writing fast enough to catch what that one's.
Crank,
and
you
then,
know what that is?
Huh?
I was asking Crank if they know what that one is.
No, I didn't catch that one either because I was still writing down everything she just talked about. And I don't believe those other extractions, I think they are something separate from Cecil's extractions.
Yeah, they
also
are. The Cecil thing is completely separate from this extraction thing. So that's like a whole separate report. And then they said something needs presented and organized in a fashion so that they can locate it. And then they said the prosecution has, like phone records. And they're asking that he provide the Google to the second part to the Google warrants doc. They would like for that to be provided by August 13th as well. But like I said earlier, Nick was saying that he's already given it to him. He can direct them to where they're going to find it. And then there was some sort of record that was returned from the state on November 30th, but I didn't catch that either. And they said something about David Vito using info to gathered for his report. And Gull said that she was going to take the motion to compel sanctions under advisement. And then they had a sidebar before we went to lunch. So we returned from lunch at 1:20 and we started at 1:30 on the second motion to dismiss. Nick asked to reopen the motion to compel. And something about he talked to Vito during lunch. I don't know. It looks like chicken scratch. I'm sorry. So then there was States Exhibit 2 to 3. He had moved to admit States Exhibit 2 to 3 with no objection, and that consisted of a supplemental report, Vito 118. Then there was a screenshot attachment of 118 supplement, and then a third page and a first page of an attachment for something.
That was for a Google return.
Yeah. Okay. The Google return. And then Exhibit 3, they have a discovery receipt for January 30th of 2024. And then they were asking that the attachment that was attached on January 30th, 2024 also be considered as part of the motion to compel. And then the state again asserts that they've turned over everything. And again,
that's the one that he thought that they missed when the defense they must have lost it when they were kicked off, and then once they came back on.
Well, the problem was like when the defense came back on, like they turned all of those files over to the state, but when they got back on and they got those files back, not all of those files came back to them.
Right, exactly.
So they're still fighting for like stuff that they know that was there, stuff that they had seen, that they had organized and put into order for themselves. And then
and now it's gone again.
Now it's gone again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gone. So DB said, True Grit, I also thought I just heard you say Baldwin asked to be reimbursed for an extraction. I didn't say an extraction. I thought I was talking about
No.
the travel expenses and stuff like that. I don't think I said extraction. If I said the word extraction, I did not mean to. But yeah. So they've turned everything over. They haven't destroyed anything, according to Nick. Miss A said that she was going to go ahead and she was going to review the information concerning the Google motion that was brought up earlier for the second supplemental report for that. Then they went over the second motion to dismiss, and so there was a state exhibit E, and there was no objection. And the exhibit consisted of emails between Jay Abbott and Doug Carter concerning early information in the investigation.
Jay Abbott is with the FBI.
Yes.
Yeah. He was the head of the FBI, and now he's involved in that gymnastics company that went down with the whole Larry Nassar ordeal. You know about Larry Nassar?
He was doing the gymnastics guy. Why can't I think of his name? Wasn't he? He was doing that investigation during the time that Delphi happened. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. But he now works for that company or whatever. So then they started talking about a page 4 of a report by somebody named Greg Massive. And the report was completed on February 17th, 2017 at 7:02 p.m. So there was suspect 6. So
that was an email that was also shared with from
Jay,
the FBI agent Greg Massa about the
yeah.
So
they had discussed Brad Holder as possibly being somebody connected to somebody with like the Finlanders, the BT squad, crime scene photos, victimology. They talked about a possible ritual on page 6 of this document. And then there was like a page 8. I didn't catch what was on page 8. And then there was a page 12, which was another email between Jay Abbott and Carter. And in the email, they had talked about how they had worked through the crime scene, and that they had pretty much like exhausted every technique. And basically they were told like anything that they could use to find whatever, like any resources that they need, use them. Exhibit F was entered in with no objection, and it was a list of phone extractions in alphabetical order, according, and then something about the state and county police. There were 101 extractions, right, that they talk about. Like they talked about it in the March 18th hearing, right, where they said that they had gotten all this information from these phones. What was crazy today is Baldwin pulled out.
That was so funny.
extractions.
That was fantastic.
Like this sucker was like that thick. I'm not even kidding you. Like, and he just kept setting them on the desk. And I think he said there was 10 of them.
There was
10 of those were just 10 of the phone extractions of the 101. And I'm talking about they were as every bit of thick as like that.
They were 2 stacks. He said they were about a foot tall.
Yeah.
And then there was another binder that was 4 inches tall.
Yeah.
Gosh. And he brought all of it in there to show like this is everything.
No, he just brought that little itty bitty portion. He didn't bring all of that document in.
Yeah.
But he said out of the 101 extractions from those phones, that there were some of the extractions that did proved to be fruitful from some, but a majority of them were absolutely useless, and they had absolutely like no effect on anything.
Oh, I didn't catch that
So
part.
he he's the stack. Oh my gosh. Because I wrote down 6 of the 101 extractions. So it was 6 of the extractions of the 101. The stack was so high. 3 2 stacks, foot tall, a binder 9 inches or 4 inches tall was there too. So yeah, and then
He seemed to have stated too that he brought that in not for Judge Gull to take it to go through it. He brought it in to basically prove that they're not lying about the
to
amount of
serve-
stuff that they're going through.
to serve as an example of the things
Yes.
that they are actually having to sift through. Like, that's a lot of papers.
Yeah.
But I think
And
it's
then-
also to show a visual aid to the judge to say, look, we have all of this of 101 different phone extractions of
Yes.
people who mean nothing, yet
Right.
we don't have a phone extraction from Brad Holder when Doug Carter and Jay Abbott are in an email discussing Brad Holder
Yes.
being a suspect.
Yes.
Why
Oh
do we
my
not
goodness.
have his phone extraction?
Yes.
Wow.
And that original email was that was February 17th
yes.
of
Ooh,
2017.
Yes.
That
the day of his
email,
interview. That's his day
Yeah.
of his interview.
And then so like he had, like I said, like he brought out 6 of these extractions of the 101, and he said, you know, while some like only maybe a couple here and there served fruitful, like everything else was just basically like a fishing exhibit basically for nothing. Exhibit G, there was a motion to dismiss. They were talking about the reasons that they were wanting the motion to dismiss, you know, the charges. And they had pointed out like video, like interviews being taped over. And there was no memorialized presentation of what had been retained as far as information went during those interviews. This is, you know, something, you know, that we learned before. Did Gold not know how much they were having to go through?
No, she doesn't see the
I don't
evidence.
think
She
so.
doesn't
Like-
know what evidence there is. She's
No.
not supposed to see. The only evidence she'll know going into trial is whatever they show her or talk to her about in filings and motions. She'll never see discovery in its entirety. She shouldn't see discovery in its entirety.
It's wow, crazy. So yeah, so they were talking about how even when they lost all of those interviews, they never went back and they never double tracked back to go back and say, okay, this is who we've interviewed. We're making a list. We're gonna go back. We're gonna like try to recreate these interviews. Nothing. I mean, that in itself is an issue. And so they also showed a video, like a short snippet. It was from 5 minutes and 25 seconds to 6 minutes and 25 seconds. And it was a recent videotaped interview of Brad Holder talking about like meeting Abby, whatever. So you know,
Is this when he supposedly is like, I don't know which one it was. I don't remember the
Yes.
name.
yes.
I'm like,
so
come
they-
on, you don't
they
know
showed-
which kid you don't know which girl your kid was dating?
Yeah,
Yes.
he was.
So-
He said in the interview, he's like, "Was it Abby? Was it Libby?
Libby,
I
yeah.
can't." Yeah,
Mhm.
Come on.
So they showed a snippet of that interview today, which was interesting. And then Holder, all of a sudden, you know, believed that like when he would go to like Patrick Westfall's house and stuff like that, that's when like Logan would talk to Abby, or maybe like if they went over and they met up at the park, but he had never met Abby himself, you know, and that at first he had just believed that Logan had only met Abby that one time. And then they talk about the contradictions, of that story, obviously. So then, he says, I never met her. Then, I think it was Abby. I think it was Olivia. And then he can't remember. Maybe she was 13 when he met her. And then they talk about in the May 2nd, 2024, Brad Holder deposition. They asked him how many times that he had met Abby, and he said twice. So then he had said, like, when they go over to Patrick's Westfall's house, like the kids would go to the park, and they were making sure to supervise the kids, and maybe Logan would spend maybe 30 minutes to an hour with Abby at a time. I just, yeah. So like then it kind of came like, well, maybe they could have been meeting at the park while I was hanging out at Westfall's house. I don't know. Crazy. So then they admitted Exhibit I, which was the deposition of Brad Holder. And then they moved on to Exhibit J, which had to do with the crime scene photos, the reference of the side-by-side. So they brought in exhibits today. Of course, like, the gallery didn't get to see it, but they did describe what was on there. So before, when they had referred to the side-by-side of the photo of Abby and then the photo of Brad Holder's hand where he had drawn the runic symbol on there. So that was something that they showed today. And then they also not only admitted Exhibit J, but they made sure to say that like that's sealed. And then they admitted I'm sorry, J was the crime scene photos of Abby and Libby, and then K was the one of the side by side with Abby and then the runic hand. Exhibit L, it was a painting that was found on Brad Holder's allegedly found on Brad Holder's social media page, that depicted like the way Abby's body was, like the tarot, like Baldwin said, it's like it looked like a tarot card. It's disturbing. And he said that particular painted was painted nearly 1 year after the bodies were found. So, he's trying to lay the foundation, and Nick is objecting to like the painting and the time span as far as like the foundation, like, and then they look at Brad Holder's deposition, and in the recent deposition, Brad Holder, because Nick's like, well, you don't know where that painting come from, you don't know whatever, and Baldwin's like, well, yes we do, because in the recent deposition that we completed with Brad Holder admitted that yes, he painted that painting and that was his painting.
Yeah, it's his painting. Somebody asked if he had deleted his Facebook. I'll say, so he had 2 Facebook accounts, and he did delete one of them, and then he still had the other one, the Steve Rogers one, up, and then I think he created a brand new account for himself. So last I checked, which has been a little while, he does have 2, but the one that has all of the information about the Odin stuff and these pictures is the one that he deleted. Yeah.
Okay. And then they had this other guy, Roland Richard Purdy.
This is Purdy. So it is Roland Purdy. Okay, so this, I was really struggling with this whole Purdy thing, because I was like, is there freaking 2 Purdys? I was like, wait a minute. So it is Roland Purdy, who is the ISP.
Yes.
Roland Richard Purdy.
Okay.
And he was the ISP officer who investigated Brad Holder. And he was assigned, I guess, like he had investigated the Facebook page after the initial, like, formal, like, Brad Holder's been cleared, but like they're going back in and looking at stuff. And Mr. Purdy indicated that he had not seen the particular photo before the deposition. So they're talking about the same like tarot thing where the left, like the left side. Hold on.
It was the hangman.
Yeah, the hangman formation or
Yeah.
whatever. And then
Birdie's the one from the memorandum, the very first Frank's memorandum that was asking about Odinism, and they said the Holder's been cleared. Becky Patty told him to go look and look into Brad Holder, that he needed to be looked into. And this is all according to the Frank's memo, so take it for some believe
They
it, some
did.
don't.
They did state that today that he asked him, "Isn't Becky Patty the one who
who
indicated Brad Holder?" And he said she made reference to him knowing about Odinism.
Okay. So I have an opinion about this whole Purdy situation that has there's nothing behind it except for my own speculation. So take it for what you want. But Purdy was the one that was looking into this Odinism stuff and Brad Holder based on what he knew of the crime scene and what Becky had said to him. When he talked to his supervisors, they tell him, nope, we've ruled out Brad Holder. Yeah, we've cleared him. Don't worry about it. And we have the Purdue report from the Purdue professor who says that it has nothing to do with Odinism. And they give him this Purdue report. So that's how the defense finds out that there even is a Purdue report, right? Yeah. And then he's told no, it's all to not look at that. Like the investigation has to go somewhere else. Now Purdy goes and interviews Brad Holder months later
in Logan's court.
Doesn't record it, doesn't write a report, and then tries to say, well, I was just talking to him about Odinism. Well, yes. Why are you talking? What do you need to know about Odinism, Purdy, if this crime doesn't have anything to do with it, number one? And why do you need to talk to him about Odinism when he's not even an Odin expert?
Yes, and that's exactly what he was asked on the stand today. All of those questions.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Because I think that Purdy was off the books, trying to figure out and go down his own investigative avenue, saying like, I'm just gonna follow up on this still. I just, I got a bad feeling, and that's my opinion. Like I said, there's nothing that says that, nothing happened that makes me say that. I just think he did it off the books on purpose, and nobody knew about it until Brad Holder told the defense team during the deposition, yeah, I talked to this guy and girl, I don't know, 2017, 2018 in Logansport. They were talking to me.
Yeah, he said he was an investigator detective on the case from March 2017 to March of 2018.
Yeah, I think he was off the books trying to figure out if Brad Holder was a viable suspect.
That's what sure. Yeah. I can agree with that.
Yes. And then they were talking about the sticks, like the photos of the sticks, like with the photos that were admitted into exhibit today. And they were talking about like on one of the side-by-sides, how the sticks that were on Libby's body was like the same stick formation of things that they had previously seen on allegedly previously seen on Brad Holder's Facebook page. Yes. And Mr. Purdy said that he does not remember seeing the specific picture of the upside down hangman photo on the page. He did reference that Exhibit J, which was the crime scene photo reference. He said that, and they're talking about the photo of the people in the woods. You know what I'm talking about? The man and the woman photo thing. He said that he does believe that he did see that particular photo on the.
Are you talking about the reenactment photo that people? We're not even sure if it is.
They're saying it's a reenactment photo, but it's not. Like they brought like an exhibit in today, like, you know what I mean? And they were talking about that specific photo because they said that photo was posted to that social media account in 2012.
Right. So the crime scene is is supposedly a reenactment of his photos. It's something that he does, whether in jest or not, or joking around or not. Or, and one of the reasons I was kind of uncomfortable was because a lot of people were, I had shown it on a live and I ended up editing it out. And I was like, I actually don't know who these people are or if there is something actually wrong with them.
Right.
You know, so I was like, people were like asking me about it. I'm like, I don't actually know. And it's a good point. Like so I took it down because I was like, you know, if it is something that's real, that's not something I want to be putting out there. I guess for me, I never even occurred to me. Yeah, it never occurred to me that it would have been a potentially something real that he had a photo of that he posted. I don't know why it didn't, but it didn't. And I just, like, I couldn't sleep that night. So the next day, like, I came and took it down and got rid of it because I was like, until I know more about it, I'm just going to leave that. Right. That's the wrong shaped photo. Yep, that's that
right.
one.
So yeah, so they were talking about that was posted allegedly in 2012, and then Luttrell interjected and said, "Hey, you know, this is outside of the scope of the questions for this particular witness." And so, yeah, again, he had indicated he assisted with the crime, with the particular investigation from March of 2017 to 2018. And prior, he had been assigned to the ISP had assigned him to the FBI task force. And he was going to the FBI task force, and they have like some sort of like a background like thing that they perform or whatever, and there was like a holdup on the background check or some information check or whatever. So in the meantime, while they were waiting for that information to be processed, that was when he was sent to go work on Delphi.
Okay.
So they talk about the interview with Brad Holder again at the Logansport Police Department. And they were told that Brad was a major source of information. You know, but again, the defense or the prosecution's like, you know, anything could be said. It doesn't mean that, you know, that it supports that he committed this crime, you know. And basically they talk about how this particular interview again was not recorded. And then he was deposed. Mr. Purdy was deposed in August of 2023. And they spoke about an interview with Brad Holder. But again, he indicated that he did not record or write a report regarding the interview. And he said, you know, Brad Holder never told me I killed the girls. So, you know, they were like, well, aren't you, I can't remember. It was Baldwin asks him, like, aren't you, you know, required to generate a report about these things? And, you know, they basically said that, like, according to ISP practices, they're not always required to generate a report every single time that they interact with somebody.
Yeah, and that's when Baldwin piped in on his Facebook page that he's the one him to think he may have been a suspect and been a part of the murders.
Like, again, he's like, so, and then again, Baldwin leans into him about Becky Patty being the one to mention Brad, and he had talked to somebody about it. He was told that Brad Holder was clear.
Hold on. Stream acting like that. Post a bunch of stuff and just see if that helps. Is it anybody in particular's audio or is it everybody's? Barely heard the last 5 minutes. Okay, hold on. I'm glitching too. Okay, give me a second.
Hey, T, I just seen that. I don't know if that's recent, but they just said they reached a verdict in Benefield.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute, didn't they just let them go home for the day?
I don't know that. I don't. That's why I said
thought
it
they were
says.
going to let them go home.
That's what I thought, but it says reached a verdict, and I don't know if it's
Okay,
recent.
let me just see. Is that any better? And I know, Crank, you were about to say something, but I didn't hear you.
Verdict reached for Benefield.
Yeah, so everybody's walking back into the courtroom right now. I'm about to bring that up.
We're
right now.
all over the place tonight.
But I want to make sure that you guys, the sound is okay. Is it's all bad still? Okay, let me remove you guys. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna take you guys out and have you come back. It's worse? Shit. Okay, now is it any better with just me, or is it still bad? Yeah, let's try it now. Is it any better? Better for 2 seconds and then the same. Shit. I've closed like everything I think I can. Let me get rid of all this stuff too. Close everything else. I'm like shutting down the world on my computer. Like everything's going. Is it helping? I sound better? Shit, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna leave again. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, you guys are saying better. Okay, I'll stay then. I'm just okay. So Crank is back. We still need True Grit Crime to come back. Okay, it's better. You're good now all the way. Okay, well there we go. I don't know. Maybe it was a StreamYard issue. I mean, I closed everything, so I'm going to turn my camera off. Sometimes that helps with the internet too. I don't want to start a new stream. It sucks because they're just about to do the whatever's going on, which I believe is a verdict. It says the jury has reached a verdict. Okay, I sound good. Okay, let me bring Crank back up. If it starts to switch, let me know. Hey, Crank.
Hello.
See, it's weird because like we sound fine to each other. Like I didn't have any issues with you guys in the audio, so I heard everything you guys were saying.
Yeah, I didn't notice anything.
So we just need True Grit Crime to come back, and then hopefully we're getting a verdict in the Ashley Benefield case. So everybody's coming back to the courtroom. So I already pulled that back up on Scream.
Scream.
We lost like 60 people. They're like, fuck this, we're out. This sound is terrible. We're leaving. Hi, MF Witchy Widow. First time listening. You were in court today. Yay. We're on a pause because we're about to have a verdict in the Ashley Benefield case. Y'all, but everybody's okay now. Hiawatha says, you guys sound like chipmunks. You heard the word shit really well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we all sound good. Perfect. Thank you. All right. I don't know. Like my heart's beating a little fast for this verdict.
Mine too, actually.
So It must have been like a 5-1, and they were like, "Fine, I'll just do what you guys want, so we can go home." Because I don't want to come back tomorrow. That's kind of scary in itself. Why is this paused? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Shit, what is going on now? Why is this paused? You guys are hearing the shit word a lot right now. Why is this not? All right, let me get out of full screen. Let's refresh it. They were hung like 40 minutes ago. I know. I hate when that happens. Okay, True Grit Crime is back. We're going to check out her mic, make sure everything sounds good there. Thank you for coming back.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody's saying we sound okay now, but the Black Swan shut down the internet. Probably because she was like, I don't want anybody to hear what's going to happen. So they're all just coming back in the courtroom now. We don't have a judge saying anything yet. Or oh, that was stressful for a hot minute. I got to take a breath. Brian thinks not guilty of coming back after that. They find her guilty so they can go home, or they find her not guilty so they can go home. Yeah, I think it could go either way. I think it just means that the split was not a very defined 3-3. You have no clue about the Black Swan case? Well, I have a whole playlist on it. I figured the verdict would come back tomorrow, so it's kind of throwing a wonky thing in my plans for tomorrow because I was going to do a Black Swan stream during the day for verdict watch, and now I'm not going to do that, obviously, but I still have to do Rex Huerman from List because he had a hearing today, so maybe I'll have to do that one tomorrow. And then tomorrow night, hopefully, you guys are both going back to the hearings tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going tomorrow.
That is my plan.
Okay, so maybe we can pull this off again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Thursday is going to be my biggest struggle unless we could go earlier, which they might actually get done earlier. But if we could go earlier on Thursday, I have my best friend's daughter's birthday party Thursday night, so I can't do a late one like we're doing now.
Right. Well, Goal was saying like tomorrow may be like the shorter of all of the days. She said that we may get through like that quickly. But
On the record in state of Florida versus Ashley
Can you hear it?
Benefield, 2020 CF 3014.
Uh-oh.
Informed there's a verdict. Prior to bringing the jury out,
Can you guys
I
hear
did
this?
want to make this announcement. The jury has reached a verdict, and I'm about to bring them out so the verdict can be reviewed and published. I know many of you here in the audience have been here throughout the trial, and I want to thank you for conducting yourselves appropriately throughout the trial. I realize that the reading of the verdict can be very stressful, and it is likely that some of you will agree with the jury's verdict, and some of you will not. As sometimes happens, it may be that no one is pleased with the jury's verdict.
Oh, geez.
Whatever your personal feelings are about this jury's verdict, I ask you to remember that these jurors were randomly selected from our community. They were thoroughly questioned by the court and lawyers for both sides, and they were selected from the larger group to hear this case because of their demonstrated ability to be fair and impartial. I've paid close attention to this jury, and they have been attentive, observant, and focused throughout the trial. No matter how much you agree or disagree with the verdict, there are to be no outbursts of emotion. Our judicial system, in fact, our entire society, has relied on jurors to help resolve disputes for over 200 years. Their verdict needs to be respected, even if you don't understand it or don't agree with it. Are you ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, bring them in.
Oh, here we go. Oh, my gosh. Woo. Yeah, same, Shmita. Same. I don't think the prosecution did a good job. so nervous.
All right, you all can have a seat. Members of the jury, I understand you have a verdict and you have a foreperson.
Yes, we do.
Ma'am, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
Is the verdict unanimous?
Yes, it is.
Would you please hand the verdict form to the deputy? I need to check it, make sure it's in proper form.
There can't be any spoilers, DB. They haven't read it yet. This is live.
All right, the verdict appears to be in proper form. Madam Clerk, would you please publish the verdict?
In the Circuit Court of the 12th Judicial Circuit in Fort Manatee County, Florida, the state of Florida versus Ashley Benfield, case number 2020 CF 3014. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follows as to the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. Did Ashley Benfield actually carry a firearm? Yes. Did Ashley Benfield discharge a firearm? Yes. Did Ashley Benfield, as a result of discharging a firearm, cause death to Douglas Benfield? Yes. So say we all this 30th day of July, 2024, at Bradenton, Manatee County, Florida. Cheryl Foreperson.
Would either side like the jury polled? State?
No.
Defendants?
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, you're now going to be polled. The clerk is going to ask each of you individually if this is your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole. Madam Clerk?
The lesser charge.
Is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror number 20, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 21, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror number 29, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror number 33, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
And juror number 35, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I want to thank you for your time and consideration in this case.
Holy
I
shit.
know that many of you have missed important work obligations and family obligations and other engagements that you had planned, as well as time with your families. But I want to thank you for being willing to give us your time and your attention and being observant to this entire trial and serving as jurors and doing your civic duty. I have paperwork that we're going to give you that will reflect your service as a juror, as well as a piece of paper from the clerk's office documenting that each of you has been here for these number of days if you need it for work purposes. If you need some sort of other paperwork for work or anything like that, contact my judicial assistant and we'll be able to get that for you. I also want to advise you of some very special privileges that all jurors enjoy. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak with anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. Bless you. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror or not. Again, on behalf of myself, the entire judges of the 12th Circuit, thank you very much for your time and your attention during this trial. I now discharge you as jurors in this case and release you from any further obligations in this matter. You're free to go. Make sure you pick up your electronic devices, and please make sure that your notes stay with the deputy. They're going to be returned to me They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. Thank you. All right, you all can have a seat. The jury is out.
That's what I'm thinking, Judge Chester. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
State.
Judge, I would ask you to remand the defendant at this point. I believe she has a right to a PSI for sentencing, so I'm not sure she would waive that or proceed with that.
Do it to PSI?
I think we'd prefer to have PSI.
I'll sign an order tonight for that. It's a late in the evening. My judicial assistant will reach out to both of you tomorrow to begin coordinating a hearing, sentencing hearing. You could let her know how much time you need. Right now, the pre-sentence investigations are running a month to 6 weeks, so it'll certainly, the time for sentencing will be outside of that, but then you can let me know how much time you'll need.
Let me direct myself, Your Honor, to post-trial release if I can.
Yes, sir.
Under Youngston, I know that Younghans, rather, I know that the court is familiar with the standard. They stated in no uncertain terms, but if taken in good faith on grounds not frivolous but fairly debatable in view of the decisions of the Supreme Court, then the petitioner should be admitted to bail. And they set out for the trial court 3 factors. The first, with respect to the appeal not being frivolous, I think by the court's own acknowledgement at 2 different points in the trial, the court noted that we were dealing with novel issues that the court had not seen before. I think we certainly have good and sufficient grounds to appeal in good faith. The factors, according to Younghans, Your Honor, is the habits of the individual as respect for the law. Ms. Benfield has no prior history of criminal activity, as the court knows. Her local attachments to the community by way of family ties, business, or investments. She lives here in Bradenton, has lived here for a while. Her mother resides here. Her child resides here. The severity of the punishment imposed for the offense, that is substantial. There's no denying it. And any other circumstance relevant to the question of whether the person would be tempted to remove herself from the jurisdiction of the court. Ms. Benfield, on every single occasion over the course of the life of this case, has appeared when requested. She has never once failed to meet any obligation pursuant to the bond that she's on. As a result, we ask that the court entertain setting a post-trial bond. The only other thing that the court noted in the Younghans decision was that it's axiomatic that the exercise of judicial discretion should never be arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable, and where the discretion is exercised in favor of denying to a person a basic and fundamental right, the reasons for doing so should be sound and they should be clearly stated. So pursuant to Rule 3.691, post-trial release, Your Honor, we ask that the court admit Ms. Benfield to bond, continue her on the same bond, in fact. And if the court is not inclined to do so, we ask that Your Honor stay the decision so that we can appeal directly to the 2nd District. As the court knows, it's an accelerated docket because of the nature of the motion, that is to say, the bond.
Thank you. State, did you want to be heard?
Judge, I object to any bond at this point. The potential sentence is 30 years. While this
30.
defendant may have appeared at every court hearing, she was not convicted of the charge at the time. She has much more to at stake at this point, being convicted of this crime, and I would ask you to deny bond.
Where's her tears? Why isn't she crying?
No, sir.
Ms. Benefield, the jury, having found you guilty of manslaughter with a firearm, are going to remand you to the custody of the Manatee County Sheriff. We're going to revoke your bonds where you'll be held pending sentencing.
Oh, 30 years because she's done. Oh, okay. I didn't look at that one. Thank you, Coletta. Okay, I'm going to turn this off because our two guests have to go to bed because they have to get up and go to the hearing tomorrow, and it is already really freaking late, and I do not want to keep them any longer. We can talk about more Ashley Benefield at another time, but I want to make sure that we give you guys an opportunity to finish what you guys were talking about because I know you guys both need to get some sleep.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're not going to be able to hang tomorrow. Yeah, sleep. What's that? So we're going to go back. We're going to go back to talking about Delphi. I know this one's been all over the place. I apologize. Of course, they had to throw a wrench in the whole thing with doing a verdict tonight instead of just sending them home. So I do. My guests are absolutely amazing. They're two wonderful people who I'm so thankful for at this point in my life. I can't even express to you how thankful I am for the two of you. So, okay. So I don't even know where we left off. I was totally thrown for a loop with that.
We were talking about Officer Purdy.
Yes, Purdy.
And so they were talking about the aspect that Officer Purdy had not completed a report, that Becky Patty had basically given him the information to lead him to Holder, but he had already been told that he was cleared. He did not interview Westfall. Then they mentioned the name of a Indianapolis police officer by the name of Beverly Short.
Ooh, who's she?
They didn't go into detail. They just happened to mention her name. So like, I don't really
write her down. I don't remember her from anything.
I'm guessing like, she went to interview. She was with them with him when he went to go interview Holder, when he was talking about the Odinism stuff. I wasn't asking him about, the murders. Okay. I'm asking him about Odinism stuff. She was with him. That's what that was. Okay. So, and this interview took place about a month or so after the girls' death. And then there was August of 2017, is what they had mentioned. And then, Mr. Officer Purdy indicated that when he had asked Ms. Short about what she could remember about the interview, she indicated that she didn't remember anything about the interview with Westfall, or doesn't remember anything about the interview with Brad Holder.
I was like, Westfall, wait a minute, what?
And then there were some questions about Westfall, and the answer was, I don't remember. And then Purdy indicates that he had asked, when he had talked to Brad Holder allegedly indicated and mentioned that Patrick Westfall was the leader of the Odinist group. So then they talk about the photo again of the runic symbol on the hand. And then pretty much Baldwin was like, okay, so like you looked at all that, but you didn't go anywhere else. You didn't go into anything else. You just kind of let it ride. You just let it go.
Yeah, you never did any other interviews or follow up?
No, and that was like the end of that.
No?
So then they motioned to enter Exhibit 17, which was the painting depicting the Odin hanging in the Tree of Life. Then they asked to admit exhibit. They moved to admit exhibit 18, page 89. So they said that was valid because he had admitted that he was the one who drew that particular, painting or whatever, that was his work. Exhibit L, they asked to admit, and it was exhibit in reference to a tarot card. And then there was some more documents admitted. And then they start talking about they have photos again, and they're talking about the tree on the right from the crime scene. About the tree being marked with Libby's blood, and stick formations found, all that line up from the Facebook page again, referring to that.
Mhm.
There's Exhibit R that was admitted. That was a screenshot provided to the defense. Two screenshots that were provided to the defense regarding paganists. It was a paganist ritual that was completed in Fort Wayne in 2016. And then it says Holder was shown a video, page 79 and page 82. And then they talk about bits of the deposition that they wanted to be, I guess, taken under advisement, that starts from page 78 to 82. And then the video that they show Brad Holder is the video that I don't know if anybody's like watched Sleuth Intuition's channel when he had that video of Patrick Westfall like touching the top of that tree or whatever.
Yes.
So they showed Brad Holder that video. I'm not really sure why, but they talk about that.
They just wanted to confirm that was Patrick Westfall that was touching the tree.
Okay.
And Brad Holder is the one who's videotaping it.
Yes.
Yeah. And so they let R be admitted. And then P was the next exhibit that they spoke about. And it was an alleged Facebook posting by Brad Holder with the Goodfellas meme of the good friends help you hide the body or help you move the body. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the one where he's like, yeah, I'm good friends, help you hide a body. Yeah.
Yes. So they talk about that. So they're looking for a BH reference, something about a BH reference, because like the sound kind of got like wonky for a minute, and then something was withdrawn, and then there was no objection. Go ahead and move on from Luttrell is what was said. And then Baldwin asked the courts to take judicial notice of the Franks 1 through 4 as far as the dates for filing. And Gold indicated that Franks 1 and 2 had previously been denied. So then after this, we see as a witness, Kevin Murphy, which was one of the 3 individuals that were involved in the Odin task force.
Good old Honest Murphy.
So he gets up there and he states that he is a police officer for Beverly Shores. And he had previously worked in Porter County, Indiana courts. And he worked for Indiana State Police from June of 1995 until July of 2021. And he has, had this job 27 years, basically. He talks about like he's never had any write-ups or any like sanctions or nothing like that. And he was asked if he investigated Delphi, and he indicated that he had. And then 2/13/17, they asked him how he kind of like got involved with the whole Delphi thing, and he said that he had offered to be available, and that he got the call on 2/19/17 that he was assigned to get involved with the Delphi investigation.
Okay.
And
Great.
then,
Anything you want to add to that before she goes on to the next part?
sorry.
No,
No,
you're good.
he was on it, and he just stated that he was on the case until October 1st of 2019.
Okay.
Right. Yep. He said stop working on the case. And that he was working for the FBI terrorism task force. So he indicated that Brad Holder was a subject of interest early on, but there were some that did not consider him a suspect. In some circles of people, he was not considered a suspect, but in other circles had of the opinion that yes, he was somebody of interest. And he specifically was a person of interest with the three of them. And their group, again, consisted of Greg Pharisee, Todd Click, and Kevin Murphy. Then they talk about Jay Harper for
That's who they all reported everything back to.
Yeah, he was the post supervisor, and that Greg Ferenczi reported to Murphy, and then he said that as they were investigating when it came to like social media, like Ferenczi was the guy who basically went in and combed through the social media and started to find and form the connections between people through the social media. And he had been looking at multiple people based upon, all of their notes and their discussions. Specifically, again, they were looking at Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, Johnny Messer, the list of individuals that they have named before.
That's where they were trying to make a connection between Rushville and Delphi of all of those people.
Yeah. And so they talk about like the different notes, how all three of them were like logging into like this, making their notes in that like Word document or whatever, right? And so apparently like there was some question about like verifying that the notes were like belonging to him, and there was some document that he stated that he saw one time during a deposition, but he confirmed that yes, these were the notes that belonged to him. And then he said that Jay Harper and Tony Liggett would be the individuals that would call him.
Did they say that Jay Harper was FBI or ISP?
ISP.
Yeah.
Jay Harper's ISP.
Lafayette Post supervisor.
Oh shit! All right then. Oh shit! I keep calling him FBI. Son of a
Jay
bitch.
Abbott is FBI.
Oh,
I think you need to get an Abbott and Harper backwards.
I did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know how you guys are still functioning. You guys have been doing this all day, and I'm like, I'm all over the place. I'm like, wait a minute. Jay was FBI. Okay, wrong Jay. I apologize.
Right.
There's Harper and there's Abbott. Jay Abbott is FBI. Jay Harper is ISP. I'm so sorry, you guys.
No worries. So Jay Harper and Tony Liggett would basically call Kevin Murphy and let him know about the tips that were coming in, and then they would move forward. Murphy and Pharisee and Click would move forward with investigating said tips. There was an entry made in February of 2018 regarding an interview taken with Elvis Fields. He did consent to a buccal swab DNA thing they talked about.
Okay, but did they ever say whatever happened with that swab or where it went?
No, they
No.
never indicated anything further. And he, they talked about the interview where they picked him up and he had denied committing any crimes against the girls. However, Kevin Murphy said that he was the guy who gave Elvis Fields the ride home. He said that upon him exiting the vehicle, he had asked about, if his spit was found on the girls, could that be, explained away, I guess, maybe. Mr. Murphy indicated that he immediately called and talked to Mr. Harper and let him know what was said to him. And this stuff was supposed to be passed on to, I don't know, maybe Unified Command or whatever. So then they talk about basically the two people that connect to one another was Brad Holder and Elvis Fields and, three people and Patrick Westfall. So they basically talked about how, like, on social media, Elvis was more of kind of like the parrot follower. So if Brad or Patrick would post something like on their Facebook page, he was quick to, like, reshare it, repost it, like the same thing. Like, it's like the copycat syndrome.
Right.
And then they said that their connection to like the groups for like the ritualistic stuff, that connection came through Messenger, Johnny Messer.
That's Johnny Messer.
Yeah, Johnny Messer.
Johnny Messer is the one with a lot here. He's the one who has the ex-girlfriends with the phones and the weird kidnapping of the drug dealer guy, and
Yep.
his Elvis Fields lived with
Yes.
Johnny Messer's uncle.
Yes.
Or the uncle lived with one or the other, but I mean, like, there's a lot of ties. Johnny Messer is a key player that I think most people think about Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. And I always tell you guys, like, I have two solid theories. One for the defense and one for the prosecution. But Johnny Messer is a key player in that theory, more so than a Patrick Westfall or a Brad Holder. It's Johnny Messer.
Yeah.
Yep,
So
I
they
agree.
said that, and they said that was the connection to that the groups,
That brought
you know what I mean? Like the
Rushville
Van
and
Landers
Delphi.
and
Yeah.
Rushville and and so then they talk about, okay, so
This part was great.
this was, oh my gosh, this was like jaw
This
dropping.
was, yes.
Do you want to tell it or do you want me to tell it?
No, you're good. Go ahead. Keep going. Your
Okay,
notes are about
so-
as similar to mine.
Oh my gosh, y'all. So here's the biggest tea of the day.
I
So
love
they
this.
get to talking about how, Kevin Murphy was obviously called for a deposition. We know that Holman was called for a deposition. Liggett's called for a deposition, all this stuff, right? And Murphy describes that it had been like a very long time since he had seen Holman. The last time he had seen them, they had been on, fairly good terms. And, he knew that this deposition that Holman was undergoing was a very lengthy deposition. And so as Holman is coming out from being deposed and Murphy sees him, he goes up to him to kind of like say what's up and like
Just to greet him.
just to greet him and give him some love. And apparently, oh my goodness. So apparently Holman claims that he had no idea that Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy had been compiling this 85-page Odin report of all of these notes, right, from their investigation. And instead of saying, hey, what's up, or anything. He screamed at Murphy, what the fuck is this, and how the fuck did they get this?
Wow.
Yeah.
And
What?
and what does Nick say right here? Just not relevant.
Nothing. Like it's
Nobody
how is
said
this relevant?
anything.
He's like like quiet for a second, and then he's like, well, how is this relevant? How is this
Yeah.
relevant? How?
Then he
how?
objected.
And then,
Yeah.
you know, they're just talking about all of this intentional behavior, and they're saying that we intentionally got rid of evidence, and we intentionally did not give them this information, and all of this, like, just all this.
He says, how does this have anything to do with the motion to dismiss?
Right. You know, but like Baldwin's like, how does this not have something to do with this? Like, he's like, under my impression, if Holman is going up to Murphy and he's screaming at you, what the fuck is this, and how the fuck did they get it? He's like,
And
I'm under the
Murphy-
impression that you didn't want me to have that.
Yeah,
You did
and
not want me
Murphy
to
stood
do
his ground up there. He was not afraid to call out Holman and clearly point out that he was not happy with him.
Mm-hmm. For real.
And Murphy, I hate to say it, Murphy, when seeing him today, I had a whole different picture of what he would look like, and he did not look like that at all.
Yeah, he did. Like, honestly, like I didn't think Murphy was alive. I'm not kidding
Oh,
you.
really?
Like, I thought that he had passed away because somebody had sent me something, and there was something about a house bombing or whatever, and it was talking about Kevin Murphy, and I was like, really, he died? So I'm thinking to myself, well, damn, he's dead, Pharisee's dead, Click's the last one standing. No wonder Click got the hell out, right? So
Yeah.
like, I was just like going over this, and I had said to Bob, I'm like, somebody had told me that Murphy passed away, and then
No,
Murphy
he
goes to
didn't.
get up on
Yeah.
the stand, and Bob's like, well, he ain't dead.
Nope, but Murphy definitely has not. I mean, I think everyone's been waiting to hear from Murphy since all of this.
Yes.
And
Oh my
and
goodness.
this was, I mean, he even went so far as to, when Baldwin asked him about his notes, he was very meticulous in how he said any interview he's ever done, that he, even if it's at somebody, and he prefers to go to people's homes, he even states, and that he would take and do all his field notes with the person. And before he would even leave their home, he would sit in his car and put all of his notes into the Word doc.
Mhm.
And if he couldn't finish, he stated he would not go to bed that night until he was
They were
done,
finished.
till
Yeah.
they were finished.
Wow.
And he held up his one file and said,
Mhm.
all my notes are in here.
And you know what the best part about this was? Listen, I forgot to mention this. So after Purdy had gotten off the stand, right, and he was getting ready to exit right up out of the courtroom, Nick ran over to him immediately, was like whispering to him all up in his face.
Yes.
When
Wait,
Murphy
Nick ran over to Purdy?
Yes, right
and he
at the
was, like,
door.
all up in his grill, like, right? But
Yes.
what I thought was the best part about all of this was that Murphy was not only not afraid, but he made it a point to turn around and stare directly at Holman.
Correct, in the back of the room.
Around and exited that
Yes.
courtroom. And he
Yes.
stood there for a good hot minute before he walked out that courtroom, y'all.
Murphy was
Yes.
looking right at Holman.
Oh,
Dead at him.
directly.
Dead at him. Like, I got you.
And it wasn't just Holman back there either,
Nope,
but I mean, he was
sure
looking
wasn't.
at Holman, but
Right.
Liggett was back there, and I think I seen Dan Doolin in there today too.
Yes.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Yes.
Dan Doolin was in there too.
He sure was.
So
Yes.
Well, you know, the defense called him Honest Murphy, like he was like top notch guy.
Yes.
So that's one of the reasons I was very excited to hear from him.
That
But we
was
didn't-
the
We
best
did not hear from Click though.
part.
Right? We didn't.
It-
Click
Big
didn't end up taking a stand.
Fish, Small Pond said, wait, I need this story again. Which part? Okay, the part where Kevin Murphy completely mopped the freaking floor with him and then had the pimp hand to stand up and stare Holman down like,
Yes.
listen, you ain't shit. You don't run me. And I don't give a fuck what you say, what you do. I'm going to do what I got to do.
To do for sure.
Oh my God. That was the hottest all day. That was the hot mic drop right there.
You
Bam!
could literally tell that Murphy, after all of the talk that had gone on through the day, in
Mhm.
discussing all of these guys getting up there and talking about how it's not necessary to always take reports,
Right.
and all this. Murphy really went home about the importance of it, and that he
Yes.
always does, and
Absolutely.
that's one thing that being taught. And so it was definitely a spiteful jab.
It was like, but it was warranted. And see, like Murphy, the whole time, like he didn't go around those other officers. Like all of those officers were congregated in like the back left corner together. Murphy made it a point to stand away from them. Actually, he was standing on the wall right next to me in the seat that I
Yes.
was sitting in. So like he was standing there the whole time, you know what I mean? And he's like listening, and he listened to Purdy's testimony, and he even listened to was it
That's because he
Holman?
was going to be
Holman
called
got called up there
prior.
too.
He was supposed to be called. Remember, Baldwin called him first to the
Yes.
stand, and he had
Yes.
stepped away, wasn't outside the courtroom, and so then he ended up calling Purdy first, and then that's when
Right.
Murphy had come back in. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was like, to me, that was like the best moment of the entire day right there, was when Murphy just stared him down. Like
Yes.
that was the best part. And you could tell like he was for real serious about, like, he's not taking nothing from him, period.
Nope. Yep. That was definitely shown for sure.
Yes, it was. Oh my gosh, it was great.
So Nancy's in chat asking, so yes, the first day of the 3 hearings, or the first day of the 3-day hearing was today. So he has another 2 days. So he'll be in court. He was in court today. He'll be in court tomorrow and again on Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so, and I don't know if you guys know this, but normally the practice in Carroll County is that the courthouse shuts down at 12 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Oh,
but
yeah.
they are not going to do that to us tomorrow. So they're going to close down all of the other courtrooms and allow us to continue the motions in the courtroom up there.
She said they're going to do that. They're also going to do that for trial. So,
Yeah.
And hey, to answer Travis's question, Travis, Murphy wasn't in there the whole time. He was outside or downstairs, but he had been called. Baldwin actually called him to the stand. And then when they went to get him, he wasn't outside of the courtroom. He had stepped away. Yeah. So Baldwin tried to kill a little time, and then it was like a little too long. So then he just moved on.
And he had to put Purdy on the stand, and then Murphy
Yeah.
came back in. And when Murphy came back in, he was standing against the wall waiting for Purdy's testimony to.
Yeah, Purdy was pretty much done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. So is Murphy the last one that took the stand then?
No.
No.
Holman took the stand.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The prosecution called Holman, or the defense?
The defense called Holman, and then the prosecution did their, obviously, or no, Luttrell. I'm sorry, Luttrell called Holman at 2:48 p.m. He called him to testify, and he asked him, you know, what's your current position? And Holman said that he's the current investigative commanding lieutenant. And prior to that, he was, you know, the first sergeant of the Lafayette Post. To Central Command investigation. He talks about, you know, phone examination records for Brad Holder's phone. You know, he asked him if he had, I do you remember what Baldwin had asked him at that point? Because I know that Holman's answer was no. I didn't get it all down.
He had asked him if he had any knowledge of knowing if they extracted Brad Holder's phone, and he said, I have
Okay.
no knowledge of that.
Okay.
And then he also asked him about if he knew that Brad Holder was interviewed in Logansport, and Holman said that he never knew of that either.
Yeah. And so then they start talking to him about an interview with somebody by the last name of Purdy. And this interview was conducted, they said, between the summer and fall of 2017.
That's not the same Purdy?
Purdy.
That's Roland Purdy, no?
I don't have that.
I didn't get the first name. I just wrote down Purdy. I was like trying to write as fast as I could.
Yeah, so when R&M was live earlier, I was really confused because they were talking about a Purdy, but I thought it's almost sounded they were talking about a different Purdy. So I'm gonna have to get clarification on whether is there two Purdys involved in this? What interview are they saying that Purdy did?
They just said that it was an interview that they only it says the interview was with somebody by the last name of Purdy.
Oh yeah, that's when he asked him about if he ever knew that Brad Holder was interviewed by Roland Purdy in Logansport. Okay. And that's when Holman said no, he never knew that. So it was reference to Roland Purdy.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to write down as fast as I could,
yeah.
like, because they were, you know what I mean? And I just kind of like, I guess
I got some of that too.
Well, thank you, goodness, because you covered what I couldn't. Thank you. So they talk about, again, were there reports of these, records with Brad Holder, for interviews, and he says no. And then he talks about going on some sort of training vacation at some point. So they sent him to the FBI National Academy in Quantico. And then they were talking about examining Libby's cell phone video examination, data, crime scene evidence. They believe that the murders were committed between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. on the 13th. And they talk about how the girls' bodies were found on Ron Logan's property. Holman had said that he believed that an abduction or an attempted abduction had occurred. And then they asked him if he was familiar with the 2017 interview that had been conducted with Brad Holder. And he said yes. And he said, do you know, where he was claiming to be during the time of the murders? And Holman answered yes. He claimed that he was at work at Liberty Landfill. And they indicated that it was a 30-minute drive from Liberty Landfill to the Monon High Bridge. Okay. And then he also had a alibi for the work. They said that he took a lunch break at 12:12 p.m. and that he clocked back in at 2:30 p.m. and that he clocked out of work at 2:45 p.m.
Wait, and then he came back from lunch at 2:30?
No, it was
12:12
to 12:42.
Or 12:42. My bad. I don't know why I said 12:30. Somebody said 30. But then he clocked out of work for the day at 2:45. Like, yes, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like,
and then they say that there's a key that he did also go to Anytime Fitness in Logansport to work out afterwards. And there's like a key fob that you swipe in with, and
it's a key fob system. And he was there, clocked in at 4:55 a.m. And then
no, that one was 4:08 p.m.
Yeah, but there's two workouts clocked. One was at 4:55 a.m. on one day, and the other one was the 4:08 p.m. workout.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
oh yeah, you're right.
Wait, so it's weird because he actually has a post I wonder if I have that. He has
Yeah,
a
there's a
post
post on his Facebook page talking about his adrenaline pumping and all that
at like
jazz.
2:00 in the morning.
Right, but
The
there were
4:55 a.m. that I have shows that's the time that he clocked into work that day. He clocked in at 4:55 a.m. He clocked out at 12 p.m. for lunch, clocked
Okay.
back in at 12:42,
Okay.
and then clocked out for the day at 2:45. And then his
Gotcha.
his key fob for that day at Anytime Fitness was at 4:08 p.m.
Okay, so if it's a half hour each way, that's still leaves him then. What is that? 23 minutes.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
said it's a 30-minute drive to the
Drive.
bridge.
Okay. Well, let me see how far it is to the Anytime Fitness then. So I mean, right now it looks like even if it's a half hour each way, there's still 23 minutes unaccounted for. That I'm sorry. That's what they're essentially saying happened to the girls was within this
Yeah.
very quick time frame.
Within that short time frame. Yeah.
So I'm not sure
Yeah.
that means that is enough of an alibi. I mean, it definitely is.
I also noticed that they didn't say what time he key fobbed or left Anytime
Yeah,
Fitness.
they did not mention
They did not
that. You're
mention
right. Yeah,
Okay.
not at all. So, and I now know why it's all. I've got the times written all cockeyed on the piece of paper. So that's why, I have it written in like weird columns. So that's why
Right.
the times are all over the place. Anyways, so they talk about there's a page 13 and a page 14 of the depositions that were conducted. And then at some point they said that during a Brad Holder interview on February 17th, 2017, there's a mention of a bad experience turning over a phone. But then there's the back and forth of Brad Holder saying, I think they took my phone and I think they took Logan's phone at the same time, but don't quote me on that because it's been a long time. And
But
then,
I'm pretty sure.
but
He said I'm pretty sure like 3
yeah, I'm
times.
pretty sure, but I'm not sure. But then they have the record of Logan's phone being picked up on the 13th
14th.
or the 14th. Yeah, the 14th. I'm sorry. The 14th
Yep.
at 12:30 p.m. And at that given point in time, they said that the officer was sent over to the school, that Brad Holder's ex-wife had signed the consent, obviously for the phone, whatever. And that,
But is there an issue with the fact that they still do they even have the phone dump of Logan Holder's phone?
No.
yes,
We
they
do
had
that?
they talked about that.
They talked about
at
it, but
the
I
hearing,
thought
they said
Baldwin said that he didn't have it.
I thought he said that they had Logan's, but they did not have Brad's.
Okay.
They don't
Okay.
have Brad Holder's, but they did have Logan's. Because, yeah. Whose phone Logan's was a bad experience because they said that was all easy peasy. Yes. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure that I'll have to go back through it again, but I'm pretty sure that they had indicated before that they had Logan's records. They don't have Brad's. They never got Brad's phone, basically, is what it kind of boils down
That's
to.
the argument. That's the argument back and forth on whether he ever turned his phone over or not. They're saying that he didn't. He's saying he's not even 100% sure that he did.
Right. And I don't know what the bad experience with the phone was. It just said that they talked about that he was interviewed on 2/17/17, and it was noted that there was a bad experience turning over the phone. I don't know. It's weird to me.
I don't know what that means.
And then there's
I don't
another
know about that
note,
either.
right? So there's another note where somebody had put into the record that his phone was gotten, that they collected Holder's phone on February 14th, 2017. Oh, that's Logan Holder's at 12:35. Yeah, approximately. And then they talked about State's Exhibit 6 for a consent to search. There's the name Ryan Bonner.
Brian Brunner. He was the officer that went to the high school to get Logan's phone.
Yeah, and he was the one who took the search consent. Yeah. And then, and they said they made it a point to indicate that, the officer went to Delphi High School to retain the phone and not the police department.
Yeah, and that was Logansport High School.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
that's when, while he was there, that's when they found out that the girls were discovered.
Right. Yeah. And so at that point in time, Holman describes that when the officer had went over there to go retrieve the phone, at that given point in time, the officer was sent, the girls were just reported as missing. So like in the report, you know, he's going on like a missing persons type thing to get this phone to get more information or possibly see if there's more information.
Yeah.
And so then it's really weird because like all of a sudden it jumps to they start talking about these pings, like the phone pings, and Holman tries to say that he was not aware of what one of the pings on the phone that came
the 4 a.m. ping.
At the 4 a.m. ping.
Yeah, when the phone was turned on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So he says that he didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, and then
he didn't know.
Yeah, and then he claims that there seemed to be some confusion on that, and he thinks it was always on, and that he didn't know.
Yeah, and there's also was a conflicting report made. So some people had said like that the phone had died and that there was like a misunderstanding of pings. But then the question that they were asking was like, if the phone wasn't dead, who turned on the phone for that ping to come through?
Well, he's saying that it was always on then, and there was nothing. It didn't. Whatever Blotcher had said must have been wrong, and now Blotcher's dead, so we won't hear what he actually did or didn't do.
Right. And Holman made sure he says that, you know, there was some confusion on that, but that he thinks it was always on.
Right. But then
it wasn't pinging to anything, and they could not locate it through AT&T.
Correct.
Right. And so that's where the supposition of the phone being off and then somebody manually turning it back on comes in. So
Catastrophe asked if you guys think this looks like it's going to need more days. Just from an outside perspective, I don't think so. It seems like they're doing pretty well on track. Like tomorrow is going to be the motion.
They discussed the schedule pretty good today, that how things will go and everything. So I think the 3 days is going to be sufficient.
Yeah, tomorrow we get to hear about the motion of admissibility as well as the 2 motions to suppress for the alleged confessions. And then Thursday is just completely dedicated to the motion in limine.
What was it that they were talking about that Gull said that's kind of all smashed together, so we'll just handle that on the same with the motion in limine? What was she referring to?
I think that's the Walla. That's the the motion in limine. No, the Walla stuff is supposedly tomorrow. So tomorrow's the 2 motions to suppress Richard Allen's statements, the ones from the prison and also the one with Hillman from the PD. And then they're also going to do the admissibility for Walla.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was motion in limine's last. That's all there is, I think.
Yeah, the motion in limine is last, but that's where they're going to go over the geofencing. They're going to go over who, like the third party defense issue, all of that. You know what I mean? Like the meat and potatoes of it, the phone records for Libby, all of that stuff.
Okay, so it seems that Thursday is going to have everything to do with what can and cannot come in at trial.
Correct. Yes, that's what Thursday is completely slated for. Tomorrow they
Yeah.
want to take care of the motion to suppress the two motions for the suppression of the confessions, the motion of admissibility, and Gold did again say that the motions to suppress the confessions is she said it's very meaty. That's what she said. It's a meaty issue.
Tomorrow's.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But then she also had said something about like, if we finished early tomorrow and we got through all of that stuff, they were asking if they wanted to go ahead and start on the motion in limine. And she was very clear saying like, no, I just want to save the motion in limine strictly for Thursday.
Yeah, because Baldwin had made a statement that he made it sound like he had witnesses that were needing to come in, and he wanted to make sure that the scheduling for them, to tell them if they had to be there tomorrow or be there Thursday. And she said, no, we're sticking with all of that on Thursday because somebody's coming in from out of town. So
Yeah.
For the motion in limine, somebody's coming in from out of town, out of state.
I heard Baldwin say that somebody was from.
I think it's their expert witness for
It could be.
geofencing.
That could be.
Well, I mean, I don't. Well, maybe I'm trying to figure out with the motion in limine what they would need that expert for, but.
I can pull up the motion. I got the document, like the paper document. If you want, I can grab it.
No, that's okay. We went through them yesterday. I'm just trying. I mean, the motion limine was from the state to try to make it so they can't say anything about. Oh, it could be because part of it is they do say that. Part of it is they do not want the defense. The state does not want the defense to be able to talk about geofencing, Odinism.
Right.
Yeah, it does have geofencing in it. That's my
Yeah.
Right. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking that it's probably that geofencing expert. I hope
so-
it is.
Bella wants to know real quick if you guys could say again how Richard Allen looked in court today. She missed the beginning.
To me, he looked like he had lost some more weight.
See, that's what I said too.
He
Really?
looked a little paler today than he had within the last couple of meetings. The last couple of court hearings, he looked like he was bigger, and he also had more like color into his face. Today, he kind of looked pale. To me, he looked like he had lost some weight.
That's
Yeah.
interesting. The others
See,
said
now
they
the
were-
motions and the hearing in or not, when was it? June? When was that other
No,
hearing?
May 7th.
May. I thought he looked, so he looked skinny then. And
He looked
But
a lot skinnier today.
today I thought he looked a little skinnier than the last hearing.
Yeah.
But I thought his face, I don't feel like it looked as pale and pasty as it did the last time. So, but it could have been where you were sitting compared to where I was sitting.
I was sitting right next to the aisle, like where
Right.
he walked right next to me.
Right.
So like I just literally like looked right over and he's like right there.
Yeah.
So I feel like I got a pretty good look.
But I
in my
still think he looked pretty good overall, and his alertness, and he was
Yeah, he looked
was
pretty good,
attentive.
but I still
And like I
think
said,
had lost weight.
they took that handcuff off, and I actually seen him taking a couple notes.
Yeah, the fact
So-
that he actually was taking notes today and they
Yes.
actually took one of his hands out of a handcuff, that's, I mean,
Yes.
that's very
Yes.
different.
And I don't know if anybody shared with you about the fact that he this is just bizarre to me, but what, or funny, I don't know. He had on pink handcuffs.
Oh.
His handcuffs were pink.
It might just be the prison handcuffs that they have or the transport handcuffs.
Pink?
And they might be. Yeah. I mean, look at there was that one sheriff in Arizona who made all the prison uniforms pink.
Really?
He got a lot of backlash for that.
Oh,
But he didn't
okay.
get his handcuffs taken off. He got one hand.
only
I'm-
one, and then they
Yeah.
took the other one that was cuffed, and they connected it to the chain around his waist.
Yeah.
Somebody
And
asked
then-
if you guys could tell if he was wearing the shocker today. Could you tell?
No, I don't think he was.
No.
He looked pretty skinny.
Yeah, he looked super skinny to me. Like he looked skinnier this hearing than he looked bigger at the last hearing to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I don't think he had the vest on.
I mean, he looked a little pale to me. I felt like the last couple hearings, he had more color in his face. Like, you know what I mean? He looked different to me, like in the face today too.
It's so hard to tell because the lighting in whether it was Allen County or even this courthouse, I mean, they're not the best lighting. So
No, not at all.
It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah. But
I think he looked better.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't look like sickly and stuff.
Yeah.
Like when I first started going to the hearings, he looked like he was in some real bad shape.
Right.
You
Yes.
know, he looks
He
like
looked-
1,000%
healthy.
better than what he looked like when I first saw him.
He looked healthy and like alert and attentive.
Yeah.
I think so for sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure. I mean, he looked up at like the skylight. He, was entranced on that pained glass up there. But yeah, he was alert. He was looking around. So
And when Latrell was talking a couple times, I had seen Richard Allen look over, like he leaned back and kind of looked over at Latrell and kind of like squinted his forehead, like, what are you talking about? Like he was alert to it. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't normally look over at them like that. And he did today.
Okay, so I have another question I want to ask you guys that somebody else reported on and said that there was an interaction between Richard Allen and Mike Patty. Did you guys see this?
I seen Richard Allen when he came in the one time, and I can't remember if it was after that afternoon break or what, when he came in and they had just taken his cuff off and whatever. He had turned towards the gallery, and Mike and Becky Patty were right there on the one corner. And he did look at Mike and Becky Patty. So
did Mike and Rick Allen make like eye contact?
I don't know because I couldn't see Mike Patty's face, but
yeah, there's a lot of people like.
Yeah, I seen Richard Allen's eyes, and they went to where Mike and Becky were sitting.
Okay. Yeah, somebody else said that there was definitely some eye contact. I just wanted to see how true that statement was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Richard Allen really was. He did a lot of looking towards the gallery each time he was brought back in today, and before he would sit down, he kind of turned and would make eye contact with people in the gallery today.
Yeah, he definitely did make a lot of eye contact with his wife, walking past her and stuff. So.
Yes.
And his mom.
Yeah, and he did give them a smile that one time when he came back out too.
He did.
That was definitely noticeable. Do you remember hearing at the end of Holman's testifying there do you remember hearing Baldwin ask, there was another name that he said and asked if he knew of any ties of that person to Brad Holder?
It was
was it, I have a name written down, but I put a question mark because I couldn't hear it all the way. Mm-hmm. But I thought it was something like Noah Dillon.
It was, and that's actually a classmate. It was a classmate of Libby's.
Noah Dillman.
Whoever the guy was, I know that they were talking
about. What were they
about
saying about him?
He just asked him if he knew of any ties to Holder.
Yeah, and they that was the only question, but there was people questioning outside. Wait. Like they didn't understand why.
Who asked who?
They were
who
asking
who about it.
Baldwin asked Holman.
Holman, yeah.
About Noah Dillman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a classmate of Libby's, is from what I was told outside. Like they were like, why would they bring up? They were talking about it. They were like, why would they bring up the name of this kid? What's the relevance of it? Basically, nobody understood what the relevance of that was. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause that was like the last thing he had asked Holman before he left the stand.
Yeah.
about if Noah Dillman had any connection to Brad Holder.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Let me see something really quick. I'll put it up on screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at. But I know I gotta let you guys. I could ask you thousands of questions, but I know that you guys have got to go to bed. Otherwise, I'll never get to talk to you tomorrow. So
Right.
let's see if I can get this, because I mean it's super late there. It's already 9 here. You guys definitely have to go to bed.
It's going
Yes.
on. Yeah, it's going
It's
on
10 to
midnight
12.
soon.
Yeah. I don't know if I can get it to load in time, but I'm almost positive that Noah Dillman is the name that we talked about from. I don't know if you guys remember, but the scholarships and the honor rolls, we did a live on it like probably 8 months ago.
Yeah, see, when he said that name, I knew I heard it from somewhere before.
Yeah.
So I think
Positive.
that's where I heard it.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive it's from the. It has to do with we talked about him. That's the only way, and that's all in my brain. Like I'm gonna have to prove it to myself. But I feel like we talked about him on the honor roll and with the other classmates, like in the football player, like Evan Fritz. Like, remember we were going through all those guys?
Yeah, I recall. I think that was when I heard it.
But I cannot remember for sure. I'm gonna have to go back and look. But is there any final thoughts you guys want to say on today? Because like I said, I know you guys have got to go to bed. I have taken over almost 4 hours of your life. Like I can't even thank you guys enough for doing this. I mean, it's just amazing to be able to get.
I think it worked out well because actually her and I have very, very similar notes. And it's funny, some of the things that I didn't pick up, she had, and then some things that she may not have had, I had. So it did work out really well.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I'm just so thankful. I can't. There's not even enough of me to be able to repay you guys for doing this. I thank you guys so much.
Oh, no worries. You repay us in the great lives that you give back to us.
Absolutely.
Look at you not being a crank.
Also,
that's right.
There's also something else that I needed to add that what happened when Holman was on the stand real quick.
Oh yeah, do it.
So they asked Holman if, Brad Holder had did Brad Holder have a mimicked crime scene photo? They wanted to know that.
Yeah.
They also, Baldwin had pointed out that with all of these posts that had been going on, there was nothing ever explored, no phone extraction. They also talk about another email between Jay Abbott and Doug Carter on 2017, and they indicate that the drug task force had been appraised of information, and there was information collected. So I don't know what that means.
I do have that written down too.
Did you get it? Did you hear anything else?
Nope, there was nothing else.
That's all they said was that there was an email between Jay Abbott and Doug Carter on February 17th, 2017. And they said that the drug task force had been apprised and that there was info collected.
I'm looking for the other part of my note.
That's interesting. What? The drug task force?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't find it, but yeah,
I
have
have
that date written down.
All Eyes, are you still here in chat? I'm curious what All Eyes thinks about the drug task force being in the loop by the 17th.
Yeah. And then so they talked about that the 17th, that Abbott and Carter were exchanging emails about that. And then they did reconfirm that Logan Holder's phone was retained on the 14th, and that at the given point in time, it was noted to be a part of a missing girls investigation. No, there was no cross-examination of Holman after this. And pretty much the return, we had a break, and then there was a motion to dismiss. Argument was completed, and then holy guacamole. I've got like 3 more pages of notes.
Do you really?
I
Yeah,
do,
because
actually.
Baldwin laid out a whole thing for his arguments for
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if you guys, that's up to you guys. You want to skim through them? You want to go through them? That's all.
Well,
Like I
I
said,
can
it's
just-
9 o'clock here.
I
You
can
guys.
just, I can just skim over it real quick. So,
Yeah.
it says that
Is it like a
Baldwin.
closing argument for the motion?
Yeah, he highlighted like everything that they put in today
He
in its
wanted to
entirety.
he just wanted to talk about the photo that was retained from the brochure, the Boucher, whatever. He if you know, if they're unable to find something or provide, something that could be exculpatory points for a third party defense. Baldwin had pretty much reiterated that he believes that all of this is exculpatory evidence. It does matter. It does point to innocence. FBI was tendered to evidence that they had believed that Holder was involved. So at some point, the FBI had indicated that they did believe that Holder was involved and that he was in play.
Which makes sense why the FBI task force then starts looking into Odinism and these people. Because we really don't know how the FBI created a task force to intentionally look into, like, there was supposedly a drug task force, but then all of a sudden now we hear like Murphy saying he volunteered to help look into this. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an interesting timeline on their involvement.
Right.
Yeah.
So again, there was indication that these investigators were told to use whatever tools that they needed at their disposal to make sure that evidence was collected and things of that nature. Obviously, that did not happen to the fullest extent. He and Holman said, and he says, you never even took Brad Holder's phone. And Holman said they didn't need to.
Right.
Yeah.
So he again points to the 101 extractions, the couple that were valued, the rest of them being drunk. He indicates about the first interview with Brad Holder being gone. The Logan Holder interview is gone. Extraction of the second interview was claimed to have never now been videotaped. And that all of a sudden, this Purdy investigator goes, or not Purdy, but Purdy, just goes and talks to him just only about Odinism. He doesn't ask him about the girls, just wants to talk about Odinism. There's no questions about photos. There's no questions about paintings. Even though the painting of the one that depicts like the tarot card was literally painted almost 1 year to the day that the crime had ensued. Brad Holder claimed that he spoke to Westfall, and he says, there's nothing to do with Odinism there. He points out about the testimony from Amber Holder talking about the or what would have been testified to about the falling out between Brad and Westfall over the ritual gone bad in the woods. And he said, how do you not ask about these things? And again, he made it a point to say, here it is. Holman thought that none of this was necessary. And in order to prevail, he said, we have to prove that these phone dumps existed. He said,
prove a negative.
We have to use our logic. We have to follow the FBI emails. He said, and Brad Holder's claiming he turned over the phone, and Holman saying, well, it wasn't even necessary. So he says, and again, he reiterates he never met Abby. Then, it went from I never met her to I only met her twice. And then he reiterated what he said in the interview segment that we saw about, he didn't know what girl it was, whether it was Abby or Libby. And then he indicated that he had met Abby 2 times, one time at Patrick Westfall's house. And Baldwin made it a point to point out and say, listen, you know, there's evidence of things that are being intentionally buried, like buried evidence.
Especially when they all pertain to the same person
Yes.
specifically too.
Yes.
Is what he said. Yeah.
Right. And then he said, you know, when you look at Jerry Holman claiming that the phone extraction wasn't needed, he said, and then the biggest part of it all, the biggest thing, he said, Holman going to Murphy and saying, what the fuck is this and how the fuck did they get it? And it was a 12-page report. And he asked, he also talked about Brad Holder pointing the finger at Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields talking about spitting on the girls. And he said, the last thing I would like for you to do is take judicial notice that back in March on the 18th, there was a witness who was unable to testify because Tobe Lesenby said that he was advised by the court to disregard bringing Robert Baston to come and testify. And basically he said that the Carroll County Sheriff's Department had inferred that the judge said that it was okay. And he reminded the judge that if you really didn't say this, then you have a serious problem with an officer of the law lying to you and lying on you.
Yeah. And he said to him, I don't know how you can take anything he says on this stand as truth.
Right.
When he basically, you know, threw her under the bus, and he thanked her for her response that that she did not tell them to just leave him there.
Right. And then he's you know, he's like, you know, I know, Judge, that you and I have had this conversation. You're saying you've never said that. And then he said, but I also want you to remember that my client's 14th and 6th Amendment rights are being violated, you know? So you have no evidence possessed because it's been lost or it's never been collected at all. And then you have the when Brad Holder is in the lobby of the police department in Delphi, you know, Baldwin's like, I'm pretty sure that you guys just didn't take the phone at all. You didn't collect the phone. And he asked that Judge Gold seriously take the motion to dismiss under advisement. And that was it.
Yeah.
Did Nick have anything to say?
Nope. Not a damn word. Not a damn word. He stood there on stuck shut mouth.
Well, how was the judge's face when they were saying, like, you can't, like, we don't know how you could take anything this guy says on the stand as factual if he's lying about you? Like, what did she look like? Was she just stoic?
Her facial features were kind of interesting today.
That's what I said, because she didn't do all of her eye rolling or throwing her head back on her chair and looking up at the ceiling. She didn't do any of that. She really paid attention and was looking at each one of them when they were speaking.
Something else that I noticed is when Baldwin was making his final assertion, like his final argument for like everything that she needed to consider, she was sitting there, and at one point she had put her fingers on like the top like bridge of her nose and was kind of like you know how like when you're in think mode and you just kind of like put your hands there and you just kind of like you're listening but you're pondering, you know. She was doing a lot of that during that closing statement.
That end argument,
the ending argument.
Yeah, she was definitely a different judge today.
She was. It was like she woke up like a whole brand new person.
She may have been like, okay, I've got to stop giving them issues. Like Loretta Rush specifically said, like everything we're doing is because we want to get this trial back on track. So
Right.
So she could have been, and I'm not saying that she was, but she very well could have been said, like, come on, let's just keep going. Like, we don't want to have to hear this again. We don't want any other issues. Like, let's just get this thing going, get it done, and then you don't have to have them in your courtroom anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
And I really appreciated the way that she conducted herself today versus the past ways that I've seen her conduct herself.
It changed the demeanor of the entire courtroom.
Absolutely. And it made it so much easier to
but like
be in
none of
there.
the lawyers were on, like, you could see Baldwin wasn't agitated the way he has been.
Right. They weren't at
Rozzy
each other's
wasn't.
throat. 'Cause
Yeah, it
when
was
you
so
walk
different.
into the courtroom before, you could literally cut the tension with the
Oh,
knife when you walk in there.
Absolutely.
It's palpable in there.
Yes.
So today was just such a nice breath of fresh air because you actually got to like not have to worry about all the extras and you just got to focus on what was going on. And I just felt like they were really grown up about it. I was, like I said, I was shocked when they said they had all talked in an email and that there wasn't anything like going haywire with that. So I liked the fact that Goal was pretty much laying out what the scheduling is going to be, running a tight ship. Everybody's getting
like she's supposed to. Good.
right.
Yes.
And it was refreshing to see that finally.
Yes, I agree with that 100%.
Well, let's hope tomorrow's the same. Should we knock? Like, we should knock on wood, I think.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, for sure.
Tony's exactly like, wow, it's almost like the judge sets the tone for the courtroom. Who would have thought?
Go figure. What?
Yeah, so it was awesome. I'm hoping tomorrow is going to be, she said it's going to be meaty. So
All right, make sure you guys have your pens sharpened or your pencils sharpened and you're ready to go.
I've got so many pens in my purse. Like I just dumped a big old box of pens in my purse so that if
I did the same thing. I grabbed a whole handful of pens and pencils.
Or I've had people we've been in court before and people's ink have just ran out. So I just make sure people got pens or whatever,
That's good. Yeah. Make sure you guys have your legal pads ready to go so we can get the notes.
Yeah.
All right. So any other final thoughts before you guys have to go to bed? Like, I know I'm like a mom over here, but I'm like, you guys have got to get some sleep. And
my husband said I needed to be in bed 2 hours ago.
None of you guys are close. Like, you guys have a drive to get there.
I got up at 2:30 this morning to go.
Oh, God.
And it was it was supposed to be a 2-hour drive, but it turned into 3 because I didn't take the interstate and it had rained so bad last night that the fog was terrible. So the GPS kept taking me on these really, really, really windy roads and then they were slick. So I was trying to drive like Miss Daisy on the way there this morning.
All right. Well, I thank you guys again. Like I said, we wouldn't have even known most of the stuff without you guys. So I'm so thankful for you guys.
Well, thank you for having us on and
yes, thank you, T.
I look forward to coming back and keeping you drenched in tea if you need it. So
I love it. I love it. Tomorrow's gonna be meaty, so
yes.
Let's get
True
it done.
Grit, I'll come visit you tomorrow.
Okay, awesome sauce. That sounds like a plan.
All right, perfect. All right, T, thank you.
Bye, guys.
All right, good night, ladies. Thank you.
Night.
Night.
All right, you guys, that was awesome. I don't have enough thanks in my bucket to give to them. I'm just so appreciative of their insight. And Yellow Jacket from R&M was also there, and she was kind enough to share notes with me. And so I'm just so thankful for everybody for just such great team players, and let's getting the facts out there. So I don't know how many other people were in the courtroom that went live today. I'm going to do my best to try to see, because even if I don't care about somebody's opinion, I still like to be able to see all the feedback from everybody. I do plan on getting the transcripts for these hearings. Hopefully they're not like, you know, doesn't cost me like my firstborn child, because I don't know if anybody's going to want him, but you never know. But it does take weeks, so I definitely would not want to wait that long to find out what happened. And then the lady said that they'll come back tomorrow and give us all the details on the meaty hearing. For there's 2 motions to suppress. It's the motion to suppress his statements, Richard Allen's statements, while he was in prison, which they believe he was under some form of like psychosis and mental illness. And then it's also the motion to suppress his second statement, which was to Jerry Holman, based on them claiming, the defense claiming that Richard Allen did not have his Miranda rights read to him during a custodial interrogation or a non-custodial interrogation. And then also Nick McClelland's motion for admissibility on Dr. Walla, when Dr. Walla, as we all know, is the one who supposedly was seeing Richard Allen, and he had something of a confession or a statement that goes against his interest was said to her, and now they're trying to figure out if it meets the exception for a healthcare worker like her to be able to testify to that in the trial. So that'll all be tomorrow, and then Thursday we have the motion in limine. So please use puppets to act out the transcripts. Yeah. Oh gosh, I know. So like I said, that's not until weeks away, so we can't wait that long. But I mean, these guys did an incredible job of getting, I think, everything. I almost feel like we didn't miss anything. I still have a couple questions on, you know, like the Cecil report and how that ties into the phone stuff, and if it's 2 reports, things like that. But I think that'll all kind of come with time and the motions that we see in the future. But other than that, like I said, I mean, thank you guys. We've been here almost 4 hours. We took a couple detours to the Black Swan trial to get the verdict there. And you guys have hung in here. There's so many of you who've been here from the beginning. Like, thank you guys for hanging in here. And thank you guys that have come in later and are starting at the beginning. Just, you guys also need rest, so we can do this again tomorrow. So don't stay up too late on replay. Make sure you 2x speed it. Sometimes I talk too fast for 2x speed, but I think most of the time I try to keep it even. They did take Black Swan into custody. Yes, they did. So they remanded her and no bail. So she will be spending the night in jail tonight. But I will see you guys tomorrow. I will put out the notification as soon as I know a good time for the ladies to come on, and we'll go from there. So once again, I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and you choose to spend it here hanging out with me. I think today I know it was because of these 2 ladies and not me, but you know, I'm gonna say I like you anyway. I'm just joking. Thank you guys for being here. Go enjoy the rest of your evening. It's probably super late where everybody is, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.